Hello, and welcome back. Happy New Year to everybody. You can still say that on the 4th, right?
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed a good break. I know we all certainly did. We're back now after a week of downtime into the game where the party last arrived at the City of Brass. A oft hinted at location for many wonders and mysteries, the party finally make their way there at the behest of Prince Leva of Nazarim in order to recover the stolen Eye of Merzak. The Eye of Merzak, thought to be a jewel residing within the Charcoal Palace itself, the seat of the Grand Sultan of the City of Brass. When the party arrived here, they had to kind of fight their way in, given the hostile nature of the Plane of Fire. And they spent the day traveling through the city. They bumped into various Ifrit, Dao, slave traders, and even a wandering drow matron who was searching for someone that the Starseekers know. They finally made it to an inn, which was the Archer and Rose on Fireheart Avenue, which is kind of in the Phoenix Gate area, on the approach to the summit of the City of Brass, where it's not a mountain, but it's a large hill on top of which the Charcoal Palace and the kind of royalty reside. They probably arrived there in the late afternoon, early evening, and bought themselves a couple of rooms, provided to them by the male human attendant. After all signing in, they still have a few hours before perhaps it would be appropriate to take a long rest, although the day and night cycle has been unclear in the time that you've been here. Perhaps owing to the little bit of fire resistance that they have. Temperature is a little bit more difficult to discern, thanks to the dragon ale they had the day before.
Whiskey.
Yeah, dragon whiskey, that's what I meant.
Dragon whiskey.
So, after signing in, is there anything anyone wishes to do? Go see, look around, or embark on? What is in the mind of the Star Seekers, or the relative minds of the Star Seekers?
I want to explore.
I'm with Mia on this.
Okay.
We should talk at least about a basic approach of how we're gonna get the jewel, maybe.
I don't think we can figure that out until we know more about here, though, right?
Yeah, at least at the very least, if like we could. Do you think you can take a stroll and see the palace like a tourist? That would be good to know, right?
I think we also could, if we go for a walk around the city, we might be able to speak to people and find out about why trade has stopped, maybe? Traders, business people? We are here to find that out as well.
Okay, that sounds good.
And
So
if we get close to the palace, I might be able to sense the eye.
So some of the things we want to find out is ask about the trade, ask about the palace itself, whether you could like see it or maybe get invited to it or something like that. What else are we going to be asking about?
Is it wrong just to want to explore a new place?
No,
No, I think it's
We
great.
only just got
Nothing.
here. I think we could just kind of go for a wander, like as if we were on a trip, and just see things, and then we might get a feel for the city. Maybe. I don't really want to go out with like an agenda, you know.
Okay.
Prince
Sure.
Lever has been waiting over a year for this mission. I'm sure he can wait a little longer.
He has been very patient with us. He clearly needs it a lot. And have I told you, by the way, that I've picked up on the fact that he's been clearly absconding with the truth when he said the jewel we're going for is just a memento. There was clearly something there that he was hiding and didn't want to reveal to us. Something maybe worth keeping in mind.
You think it holds the
Oh,
real
what a
power?
surprise.
Yeah, I imagine it's in the realms of your suspicious soul, Jacob, but
Well, what a surprise. The mysterious jewel that's just a memento but needs a party of adventurers to go and collect is more than what it seems. And the guys lied to us about it. Yeah, that's just common sense.
well, that's gonna be fun. Are we just going all together, or do you think we should split up, or maybe not?
I think Giselle wants to stay in and talk to whatever's in the bottle.
Ooh.
Otherwise, it's going to cause
Ah.
some issues as we travel around.
Right. You have a person in
I
there?
don't know. We don't know. We're going to find out. That's for sure.
It
But
can
yeah,
be
we don't want any trouble
because that
later because of it.
person that spoke to you about it, they could detect it, right? Even though it was in the bottle.
Yeah. Like,
Oh. Yeah,
I think the
should deal with that before we go
message was
venture
clear.
out.
Yeah. But I don't know if you guys want to go off and do that and I'll find you later.
Oh, there's not so much of a rush. DM, are we in our private rooms at the moment, or are we in the main tavern?
I imagined you were like just in like a nook. It may be out of earshot of most of the attendees. Not that you see very many people in this relatively unoccupied inn.
Well, perhaps, Giselle, if you want to have a conversation with whoever's in there, we should go to our private rooms.
Yes. I think that's a grand idea.
What are we expecting?
I don't know. But I
Oh.
think it's going to be glorious.
Where did you get it?
I think my sister handed it to me. Do you remember?
Oh,
So you don't
don't
really know anything about it.
Nothing.
So-
This
Carrying it around, no idea, really. Yeah, I'm
we've
gonna
only
go
got
upstairs
two
now.
rooms, right?
yeah, we did.
There's a
take,
girls' room and a boys'. Should we just
correct.
leave you in privacy, Giselle?
Yes.
But
Okay.
maybe just let
Me
us
and
know if you
my
need
friend.
help. We can rush in.
Uh-huh.
We'll just be next door. Knock on the
Maybe I'll
wall.
shout help, and that'll be the sign.
Hey, I wanted to try something for a while. Are you an adventurous soul?
I'd say so.
Tilly will dig out into her pouch and pull out a glass bottle that is corked with a mushroom-looking stopper on top
Oh gosh.
and a sort of bright.
Catchphrase all over again.
There's a bright green fluid inside,
Uh-oh.
a bit thick, and she says, "Drink this
Uh-oh.
and think to us." And she'll give you the her mushroom tonic to drink.
Can I just post it in the?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Oh.
I haven't properly tested it yet, but Mad Sonia said it's should work perfectly.
Like a guinea pig. Okay. Let's do it.
Yep. Oh god, it's disgusting. It's like cold mushroom soup.
Oh, but green.
Quite bitter.
Yeah.
So, just to say, telepathy allows you to send messages mentally to other people within that range, 60 feet. You would be able to sense that they were within 60 feet, but not exactly where they are. And unless they had telepathic powers or the ability to send mental messages back to you, they couldn't talk back.
It's more of a I Tilly will probably explain that. That's how it's supposed to work, and then she'll say, so if you're in danger but you don't want to be overt about calling for help, just think it and we'll come. We'll be right
Okay.
next door.
Feel like we should test this out.
Yeah, absolutely. Think something to me.
Okay. Got it. How do you do this? What colour socks am I wearing?
Wait, are you thinking the question towards me? Is that
Yeah.
what you... Okay,
No, that's the answer is going towards you. God knows how you'll know.
Okay, so like I get like green in my head or something.
God,
Is that... What's green?
It works.
Oh,
Green
okay.
socks.
Oh, green socks. That's a bold
got it.
choice for.
You got it right. You can't see my socks. It's fine. Just, hint of colour. Okay, I'm going up.
Sure. We'll be next door in the other room, right?
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Potion tested. No adverse effects
He was green socks.
for now.
You go up to your room, Giselle. You kind of, as you separate yourself from the party, you kind of first time you are alone for a while. You head into your room and it is a resplendent, like, not palatial room, but it's got like a proper four-poster bed with like hanging, like cotton. All seems to be quite resistant to moisture. You have these like magical flames that light up when you enter the room and seem to burn without giving off any heat. It sets for like quite a peaceful and relaxing atmosphere.
If I remember correctly, the mattress absorbs sweat as well from the last description. What she's going to do is close the door, and then she sees the bed. She's going to run, roll over the bed, and then end up flat on the other side, and just being really joyful about it. I made it! And then she goes sits back on the bed, and then she looks around and takes it out. She looks at it and she sees if there's anything inscribed on the bottle or anything worthy of note.
Do you speak Primordial?
I don't think so, but let me check. No.
Then you would see some really indecipherable script that's barely even lettering. It almost looks runic to you. That is almost etched into the thick, heavy, probably something like 12-sided glass bottle that's got like thick lead casting in between each of the panes. The cork is set in to the top of this bottle with wax, so as that it's never opened accidentally. And it is sat or housed in a leather pouch with iron studs at the neck of the bottle attached to quite a heavy chain. It's a difficult piece of jewellery to conceal.
Giselle's going to hold it and flick on it and say, hello? Can you hear me?
You see in fact, make a perception check. But there is a faint glow of purple that kind of like washes into like a brief blue and then goes back to purple. You don't know if it was in response to what you're saying, but the inside it seems quite volatile.
Okay, she has a go. And she says, if you can hear me, don't hurt me.
Okay. Given that it's sealed with wax, you can attempt just to brute force it open, or if you have any way of heating it up, melting it.
You say the candle wasn't heat. There's no heat in the candle.
Not that you could sense.
Flame. We will do. Do I have any firepower? Do I? You do. That could kill things. Brute force.
Just fireball the room.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So
cool.
you can make an athletics check for me.
Uh-oh.
It won't budge.
Do in your standard kit, is there matches?
Standard kit really does depend on what your build is, but some classes and backgrounds include a tinderbox.
Tinderbox, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I create flame with that?
Sure you can. Okay. As you light some touch paper and then build like a small flame inside your tinderbox, some kindling, you hold the bottle over the fire until the wax starts to drip free. The cork now seems not loose, but much less encased in the bottle.
She tries it again.
Oh, it just comes loose easily. As you take the cork out of this bottle, spilling out over the side is this kind of like gray. It's like kind of like how dry ice or liquid nitrogen spills over the like the surface of containers, but it's like kind of gray, and then that gray kind of starts to sparkle and twinkle a little bit into like green and purple, and then a little bit of blue. It's like really unusual. And as it starts to spill out, it's literally like cascades onto the floor. And this smoke kind of like hugs the ground with this like sparkly multicolored mist until it starts kind of coalescing into a circular motion that starts like building, almost like a really slow tornado. But it's not, doesn't give off any force. So it looks almost like water. And as it builds and builds and builds, this watery kind of torrential structure kind of builds and builds and builds until it nearly touches the ceiling. And when it finally assumes this huge size, about 10 feet, like literally nearly touching the ceiling. It kind of starts to form this humanoid shape that's really wide at the shoulders and narrow at the waist before kind of coalescing into this almost ethereal mist at the bottom. And then just as the change starts to settle, the smoke and this ethereal mist starts to harden and solidify until it becomes like a solid object. Just like a big rock 10 feet in the room.
Is it kind of like what I saw out there that questioned me?
It looks like it might be made of similar stuff, but it's got less of a. There are no features of pronounce. It just looks more like a giant rock that's almost humanoid in shape.
Oh. Hello, giant rock.
Make a charisma check at advantage.
Charisma. Why can I not see charisma? Oh, there, because it's one of those at advantage. Okay, let's just do that.
With a 19, as you greet this rock, just like a pebble kind of like falls off the top of it, and then a crack starts to appear on the left-hand side of it.
Giant rock, are you in there? Can she go and peer into the crack?
As you touch the crack to try and get a better view, just a whole slab of rock starts to fall away, and then when it falls away, it just kind of disappears.
Rock, can you hear me? If you can, uncover yourself.
But under your feet, then the room starts to shake as more and more pebbles and cracks start to appear in this structure. As the rocks kind of fall off, you hear them hit the ground, and then they disappear in this kind of like dust and mist. Before so many things have fallen away from this structure, it starts to look more and more humanoid. This kind of wider structure at the top becomes a chest. And you see a kind of a long sloping nose and a huge, like literally granite jaw, kind of flat, stubby ears that poke out to the side, and like almost orc-like tusks at the bottom. As the cracks and things start to fall away, you start to see like a smile appear on the face before this thing outstretches these rock arms as if it's stretching out, been in a slumber for so long, and then it kind of leans down. The rock now kind of shimmering with life. You see this rock-like face smile, and rock-like emerald eyes kind of look directly at you. And then you hear a deep voice. Hello.
Great. Perfect.
Who are you then?
I'm Giselle. Who are you?
I am the Great Kamoon.
Wait.
Tell me,
Why? Oh.
how did you come in possession of my vessel?
I was given your vessel by a family member. I don't know where she got it from.
Passed down like another heirloom. Oh, it happens to us Dow for generations. Well, what do you want? What can I do for you?
Well, firstly, what's your name? Oh, wait, you've told me. Hey, how long have you been in there?
Oh. time's a bit strange in there. What plane are we on?
Fire? Fire plane? Lots of fire
The
around
plane
here.
of fire. I'll have to go and catch up with the boys in the Ashlarks.
Oh, who are they?
Oh, this place is full of my kin. Thank you so much for bringing me here. Ha ha ha!
But do you not live in the bottle? Do you not want to?
There's not much to do in a vessel. It's good to be let out from time to time.
Are you happy to be let out? Are you safe let out in the world?
There isn't a creature in the inner or outer planes that could threaten a Dao. Ha ha ha!
It's hilarious. Oh wow. I understand that if I released you forever, how does that make you feel?
You wish to unbind me from the vessel and your service.
Not yet. Just, thinking ahead.
Do you wish to hold my freedom over me like some kind of prize to be won with your favor?
Well, no, I want to be friends. Lifelong friends.
Great! I'm always looking for new friends.
Oh, excellent. Well, maybe we can talk about that whole release thing after you've, met your mates and stuff.
Oh,
I hear you can grant wishes.
I am a Dao. I can grant wishes? Sure. I've definitely granted loads of wishes in my time.
Like, only one? Or plentiful?
Many, many wishes. What are you? Is there something particular that you wish for? I'm sorry, you didn't give me your name.
Oh, Giselle.
Ah, Lady Giselle.
Yes.
And he bows at you.
Oh, that's very grand. Thank you.
What is in your heart's desire, Lady Giselle? What is it that I, the great Camoon, could do for you?
Like a cigar salesman. I don't know yet. I just reckon, like, if I was, like, close to death, or, like, my
you wish
friends
to vanquish
were...
your enemies.
Yeah,
Make an example of them. Put
Something
their
like
heads on spikes.
Oh, well, hadn't gotten that far with my thinking.
I can help with that.
Potentially. Okay, well, I don't know what to do with that yet, but I did want to make sure you were comfortable and felt free.
Not entirely free until you release me. However, I am happy to be in your company and glad to be of service, especially here in the city of Brass.
Okay, do you want to... Okay, well, do you want to, like, come to a deal for, like, how often you want to be out the bottle, or should we just talk about that later once you've met your mates?
Do you wish to take me to my compatriots?
I mean,
I am unable to travel too far from my vessel.
Ah, so I have to go with
Unless you unbind me from it.
Well, we're not there yet. Okay. But you're, like, if I carry the bottle and you come around, like, I go with you to meet your friends, how would that
Then
be?
you'd be doing me a great service. And I would return the favour.
Okay. I'm going to, bear with me, I'm going to contact the group of people that I'm with. And she's going to...
Is it the people you are currently psychically connected with?
Oh, you're so clever! Oh, Camoon! Yes, that is correct.
I can bring them here for you.
Not as a wish.
No, just as a demonstration of the power of Great Camoon.
Okay. No, wait, hang on. Where are they? They're next door. Okay, that won't disturb anything. Okay, yeah, do it.
Gladly. And he just slams his hands together, and the rest of the party appear in the room. Whatever you were doing has been interrupted as you are magically teleported into Giselle's room.
It's Jacob with his pants down.
Newspaper, like, ooh,
We're all together.
Yeah, we were all together, right?
Yeah, no, yeah.
mhm.
None of that.
Whoa.
Kelly, look.
Welcome, friends of the Lady Giselle. I am the Great Camoon, and I have brought you here at her request.
Say hi.
Hiya.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings.
Hello.
Jacob says hi in primordial.
Oh,
Ah, speaker of the ancient tongue. That's funny. You look kind of like a salamander.
I've heard worse.
kind of like. So, guys, the Great Camoon here, who is just lovely, by the way, wants to visit his friends, and I want to help him do that. And to make that happen, I have to go with him. So, let's go together! Yeah.
So your sister sent you with a dowel?
It would appear such a case is in front of you. Yes.
So the Dow that's trapped in that little bottle wants you to take him to a room full of lots of other Dow that aren't trapped in bottles for a chat.
Yes.
Do you not see anything
what
wrong
would the
with
first
this?
thing that you would do if you were incarcerated? You'd want to go out and see your friends. Ha ha!
And escape.
Do we not
Get your friends to free you.
I cannot escape without Lady Giselle. She is the owner of the vessel, and I am bound to it, and thus I am bound to her.
And
Why do you think your sister sent you with this fine gentleman?
well, she said at the time of handing it over, after she told me to assist you guys, that to use it as like a last resort time of need situation. What she didn't explain was that it was a genie trapped in a bottle that needed some sort of life. And, I feel like from our conversation yesterday, I don't want to feel like I'm keeping it, like trapped.
Yeah,
Right,
bringing a trapped genie to a plane full of genies is probably not the best idea. Yeah, you're right.
Well, that person we met, whatever we met yesterday, that we fired a warning that if
Exactly.
I didn't, then
So
we would be in trouble.
maybe okay. So we're gonna meet a bunch of the ones like you met yesterday when we go see his friends.
I mean, he hasn't really. Camoon, who are your friends? The Great Camoon, and where
Are
would
they-
they frequent?
Are they gonna kill us when we go see them?
And
The
that-
Tao are not cruel like the Efreet. Although we do take people into servitude, we do not call them slaves. And you would have to work very hard to get on the wrong side of one of my friends to end up as one of their slaves.
Is holding you in a bottle one of those things that could make them angry?
Some Tao, especially here in the city of Brass, object to the imprisonment of our kind. However, it is a very convenient way to get around, if I do say so myself.
You are very nice.
You get
what
used to it.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Cameron. My mother is a Marid.
Oh. You are born of Geniekin. That
True.
is interesting. And what title in the Marid Padishah does your mother hold?
Oh my god.
Let me check my notes for a second.
I don't know if I have that anywhere.
Too many
Please
notes.
call caller. Your call is important to us.
What
We'll
is
be with you.
what is she?
What's a padishaw?
She's called Zima, but I don't know what her title is. I don't. Kirsty doesn't know. Do you know?
You can make a history check if you want.
No, Kirsty doesn't know, but Mia would know what her own mother is.
Her history check on her mother.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's like the Marids are not organized into like a strict hierarchy. Each kind of family or different Padisha are organized into as big and large kind of rulers of their own domains, and those domains are on the plane of water and beyond. The title that your mother has is the Queen of the Coral Throne.
Ha!
Nice. I just looked back at my notes. It says Zima, Mir's mother, genie, super powerful, and badass.
Also true. Then yeah, we're telling that she's the queen of the Coral Throne in Zargrangula.
Zima, Queen of the Coral Throne. I had not had the pleasure, but I am sure she commands much respect if she is to raise a daughter as resplendent as you.
She commands a lot of people.
Turned me into a fish.
Indeed. Marids are fickle, but once you get underneath their often aloof exterior, they can hold deep, passionate feelings that last for millennia.
I'm not sure that's entirely true, but maybe it's so deep that no.
Buried.
Well, I can't remember the last time I met one, to be honest. Anyway, I'm sure she's lovely.
Which is fine. There's no reason why I'm here, not there.
Okay. So, I guess you're not
We go
going.
for our wander.
Okay, and we keep him outside. You want him to
Well,
go back in the.
Kamoon, I think you need to go into the bottle for easy travel, and then I'll just let you out when we get to wherever the destination is. Is that right?
Why not have him walk with us?
I think he can't walk far.
No, he can't walk far from the bottle, I think.
Which you haven't heard at all, but hey.
Thanks. Kamoon, what would you like?
I would like to see the city of Brass with my own eyes. It's been a long time.
Can we get you down the stairs?
Of course.
Okay.
And
You
as
walk
you
on the
see, as he
cloud?
starts to move, his like bottom half below his kind of waistline just turns into that kind of like ethereal smoke again, and you see like a really faint trail that goes back into the vessel, but he's able to move around without like commanding this like hulking weight. He's able to actually change size at will, and he just shrinks down a little bit to get through the door.
Kamoon,
Wait, so you can see the leash?
Like a little tiny faint magical trail to the vessel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. We're walking a genie on the streets of,
taking a walk.
On his
Taking Genie for a
lead.
walk.
on his lead. Jesus.
You guys, you mentioned that you wanted to explore, and it looks like Kamoon has been here before, knows the area. You know, if there's anything.
Let's go for a drink down the Ashlarks.
I mean,
Bit
I'm
different,
down
but
for
it sounds
that.
fun.
Yeah.
Well, this, if he knows about this place, it gives us a tremendous advantage over what we had 5 minutes ago. So
Yes.
that sounds great.
Would you
Say
like?
Ashbox?
Would you like me to give you a tour of the City of Brass? I mean, it could take a few months. The city's massive, but there's so many sights worth seeing.
Maybe like the top 5 sites.
A speedy
like
version.
tourist attractions. Yeah.
So many sites. Tell me what kinds of places you're interested in, and I will take you to them. Similar places that I know.
The palace?
Oh, you want to go to the palace? I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment with the Grand Sultan himself? Are you some kind of royalty?
I think Mia is.
He is. Points at me.
Unless there's been prior arrangements between the Queen of the Coral Throne and the Grand Sultan of the Charcoal Throne, then I don't fancy our chances. The Grand Sultan doesn't grant an audience with anyone. His to-do list is usually a mile long.
Are we able to see the palace from outside at close-up, or...?
The palace is at the top of the hill. You could observe much of it from the outside. Sure.
How close could we get before we get stopped?
Oh, it's usually presided over by Afriti guards. I've never tried to get in myself, but I suppose if I wouldn't like to rile up any Afrit very much.
Do you know what kind of checks they make for people to go in?
I know that the Grand Sultan is often the target of many hostile business ventures and even assassinations from the fire salamanders. It's almost an eternal war going on between the elemental folk of the Lake of Fire and the Fountains of Creation, and those more civilized denizens within the City of Brass. I wouldn't say that the Grand Sultan would probably invite just anybody in, fearing an assassination or any other kind of misdeed. But I've never tried it.
Is that his name, Grand Sultan?
Oh, I forget his real name. It's very, very long. But yeah, the Grand Sultan is pretty much how everybody refers to him.
All right, cool. Well, the palace is not on the top 5 then, for now.
Yeah.
Maybe we just go where you want to go, Camoon, and you can talk to us on the way.
What, you want to go down to the Ashlarks with me?
Where is that?
I mean, do they have dragon whiskey?
Oh, they have drinks from across the plains. It's where the top brass and the common folk mix together. It's the heart of the City of Brass, I would say, where most fun is to be had, and it's much more relaxed than on the bustling metropolitan high streets or any of the other palatial accommodation.
Okay. Well, I'm game.
Sounds good. Oh, I can... Yeah, it's here, isn't it?
Ashlarks, it is. And then we can just figure it out from there. Oh, great, Camoon. What's
Yes,
your,
Lady Giselle.
how many, drinks will it take for you to be not with us anymore?
Are you asking me how many drinks I can consume before I die?
More like are intoxicated and therefore not very helpful.
I forgot how susceptible humanoids are to the effects of alcohol. It doesn't affect Dao in the way humanoids like you might be affected.
Okay.
It just makes us more fun.
Okay, sounds great. You're like a
I
big
do an
rock.
insight check on that.
Yeah, sure.
Jacob Sosa.
I mean, he seems pretty fun to start with.
I think
Maybe
so.
he's just
Yeah.
being optimistic.
Yeah.
Okay, to the Ashlocks.
Okay. As you step out in the kind of late afternoon, early evening, you feel the effects of the dragon whiskey begin to wane. And it is hotter than it was before, despite being later in the day. Sorry, I just lost where my note is on the Ashlocks. I was reading it and then I scrolled. What a mistake. Bear with me.
I think you should sing your way for every confusion.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I do that when I'm working. My students think I'm insane.
I like
We're close to the break anyway.
Mhm.
So.
We are. Okay. So if you are following Camoon to the Ashlocks, Lucy, I would like you to roll me a D100.
68.
68. Okay. Oh. As you walk by on the main road along the canal side, opposite the char, you kind of like over this way. You see an Ifrit negotiating with a winged red creature that flaps its wings to stay just above the surface. This fearsome red creature is like totally bald and has a long hooked nose, visible purple gums, and long sharp fangs. He clutches and kind of like fondles this huge mace, which is about 12 feet long in total. This huge thing seems to be in negotiation for trading a clutch of salamander slaves up the roadside. You see a group of fire salamanders all chained to one another, and the foremost fire salamander seems to be holding like a ball of fire that he covets, very, very closely. And as soon as the Ifrit kind of gestures to the salamander, the salamander offers up this flame in deference. I would like each of you to make a perception check. Okay. Most of you see or overhear the conversation as Camoon takes you past. This Ifrit is offering this Flamekeeper troop to this pit devil as potential army recruits in the Blood War.
We attacked them immediately.
It's the flame seems to be like particularly special or holds certain magical power, and but the pit fiend doesn't seem too impressed, and he starts inquiring whether these lizards have souls. And you at that point walk past, unless you turn back or whatever you think. You can have a think about it. We will go to break there though, and we will see you in 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. The chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She met 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the dogs into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came and the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink, for in the dark with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we'd not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. Hey ho!
Hello. It's getting hot in here. Why? Because we're in the city of Brass. The party chose to take Commune to the Ashlarks, where the common folk of the city of Brass live and leisure. On the way, they saw a bit of slave trading with people from Vernus, presumably. No big deal. And they had, really following the Great Commune's, following his impetus. You cross the canal junction, and you walk through the Arsenat Bazaar, which is a horse market. You see literal horse trading going on. But instead of studs and ponies and mares, you see like nightmares, flaming horses from the lower plains, skeletal steeds, and even drakes and like dragon mounts. Not like full dragons, just drakes and like greater, larger fire newts and salamanders. And who's got the highest charisma again? Is it probably Giselle? Probably.
Yeah, she's got 20, hasn't she?
Mm-hmm. Then Giselle, while the Great Commune is making his way across the horse market, you get a dwarf-like creature kind of run up to you hurriedly. At least they would be dwarven if their hair and beard weren't completely made of fire. He kind of runs up straight to you, Giselle. Oh, hello, miss. Are you in the market for some horses for you and your party? I can't believe you're walking about the city of Brass on foot. It's not befitting at all.
We weren't aware. Like we thought foot was the way to travel around here.
Oh, definitely not. It's too hot to be working your humanoid legs and putting one foot after the other. Why not take a step into my bazaar and purchase yourself a steed befitting of your station?
Well, there's like 5 of us, and I don't know if we need a horse. Do we need a horse?
I'm good. She's saying from sitting on top of a giant black dog.
It's true. You're already mounted on an animal. Mia, do we need
This young lady's got the right idea. Although, surely you need to stop for this dog to rest and take water. They're not designed for long journeys.
No, it's true. This place is quite a lot too warm for his tastes. I give him plenty of water, a lot, but not much we can do, is there?
Is there anything that you sell that isn't a horse?
I have numerous fire drakes in my emporium, but most of them are on order at the moment. I could speak to the trader and maybe accelerate some transactions to deliver some to you here in the city of Brass. Where are you staying?
It's an inn, a local inn, but
The Archer and Rose.
Archer and yes.
The Archer and Rose. I know it well.
I was thinking more potion type, resistance-y stuff rather than an animal, so to speak. Because we're only staying at the inn, and we don't even know if they can, look after horses. So
we're not staying for very long either.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if you want a potion, you want to, you're probably on the wrong side of the city. There's plenty of alchemists and potion makers in the Paraculum or on the streets of Steel. Many craftsmen ply their trades here, and many of them are escorted to and from their business by my mighty steeds. If you're not, if you're walking about with that dog, you probably want to avoid high noon. If you're new to the city.
What time is it now?
It's long gone. You passed a few hours ago.
Okay.
But tomorrow, just stay out of the heat at noon.
Right. Thank you for your wonderful advice there and your offer of a steed. What was your name?
Busted.
Fire Gimli.
Bimley?
I said Fire Gimli.
Yeah, Bimley.
Oh, sorry, miss.
My name's Grydir Keensong.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to spell that, my friend.
Copy paste from the generator.
Thank you.
Grydir
Cool name.
Keensong. Very cool name.
Yeah.
Just for reference, in case we change our mind, how much would a horse set us back? Here
at Keensong's Coaches, we offer the best prices.
Keensong Coaches, and give me an example of what that could range from.
Well, I could have a brass chariot pulled by a contingent of 6 nightmare steeds for something in the reasonable area of about 50,000 gold pieces.
Oh,
Sounds reasonable.
Thank you very much. We're okay.
Fairly well.
Good day. We didn't need a horse, did we? We didn't need one.
No, I don't think so. There's not that many people travel. How many people are traveling around on horseback as we've been going through the city, Dan?
We've
you've
seen
noticed.
a free. Yeah,
You've noticed quite a few.
I'm gonna say we've seen a free on being carried,
Mhm.
like a grand.
On litters, yeah.
Giselle,
Yeah.
I think you had an excellent idea there, because after that drink yesterday and it wore off, it really does feel, I don't know how about you, but
Hot.
it really does feel very hot. If we could source ourselves something that maybe it's not intoxicating, but just preventative of the... I would love to find something I could give Humphrey.
Yeah.
He's really struggling.
Yeah.
So maybe we could go there next. Did he say
Oh, great, Kamoon!
Paraculum?
Could you direct us to
We went through it
Streets of
yesterday.
Steel?
Yeah, it was the street you walked down yesterday, basically.
Delay.
We
maybe
could take
tomorrow
along, or
in the morning.
yeah, probably.
Yeah, then we get the longest benefit
Before-
from it.
Before the heat of the noon, like he said.
I suggest at noon we retire to our inn and enjoy a sumptuous meal or something. And a nice sleep in the afternoon.
We can cope with the
yeah.
heat because I'm hot. It's close. I'm close to. I need a drink.
Okay.
Carry on.
You carry on.
Ashford.
You turn right through the horse market as the Great Commune is kind of pointing out like various sites like in the distance, and he starts to kind of struggle for many impressive sites in this particular area. The Ashlarks. Where am I looking now? I've lost it.
We lost John.
Oh,
Oh.
Still there, I'm having camera troubles.
Ah.
okay.
Oh.
The Ashlarks.
Oh yeah. Sorry, you carry on. Not right. I was going up this way, but you're going across this way. Going across the canal, past one of the fortresses, until this like much more kind of hilly area, with like much more like spread out housing. There's lots of construction work going on in the Ashlarks. Some of the hills are being flattened. Some buildings are being restored. Some new build stuff is going on. But yeah, the Paraculum is over here, but the Street of Steel is here. So there are some traders to be found here in the Ashlarks, but you are not in that particular area. You're more kind of hanging a left where you need to go right. And the Great Commune brings you to a relatively modest tavern called the Copper Cherry. The Copper Cherry commune tells you, two brothers run this place, and they've run it for, well, as long as I can remember. I just hope some of my friends are in.
Me too. I'd love to meet them.
Okay. So as you go in the Copper Cherry, it's really there's a few rooms off to the side of like a long bar that kind of snakes and curves around. It's almost cavernous, this particular Copper Cherry, as if it was like kind of dug out of a hill. There's lots of kind of like dust everywhere, and you can smell the kind of like almost industrial earthy kind of smells. It's much cooler in here. As soon as you get inside the Copper Cherry, you can feel some of the heat dissipate, but to that end, you see like what windows there are kind of full of condensation, and droplets start to form like on the ceiling just from your own kind of moisture as you come in. With that, to that end, there is a huge orc bartender who is constantly wiping the place down and doesn't even notice you coming in. The Great Commune turns around to you, Giselle. Oh, just as rank and disgusting as I remember it. You're welcome to take a seat anywhere you like. I'm sure the boys will be here any minute now.
Are you going to sit with us?
I'm going to see who's about. I'll meet you back at the bar. Ha ha ha.
Okay.
And he just kind of wanders off. You get the impression that he can wander about this bar while you're in it pretty easily.
Jacob would like to look for a table or a sink that's in a place where you can watch all the entrances and exits from that area.
Well, being that it's
feel safe here.
Given that it's curved, like I said, and kind of cavernous, that's actually impossible. But you can find yourself a corner, or a nook where you can put your back to the wall, so to speak. Yeah, that would be fine. Smoke, you have to crouch down quite, significantly.
Do we have to sit in this nook?
Humphrey loves it.
Humphrey's literally licking the walls.
Licking the walls. That was exactly what I was going to say.
This nook, at least from this corner, we can see anybody approaching. Smoke.
I don't know about you, Mia, but I've got a penchant for dragon whiskey. And I think it's time if they've got it. What do you reckon?
Sure.
Well, that
You
worked
buying?
really well.
Maybe.
If we can
How
buy
much it costs.
maybe we can buy a bottle of it for tomorrow. Then we don't really have to find
Unless-
any potions, though.
Unless it makes us sick. That's the
It is tricky with alcohol, isn't it?
We're dicing with
Hmm.
death.
Giselle, do you
Um,
have any idea who he's expecting to be? It keeps on like the boys. Do you know who they are?
Literally no idea, but it's hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it could be.
Sounds
He
fun.
seems like a decent guy.
So
Yeah.
what's the deal there? He said, or you said you're gonna, well, use him for a last resort thing. What happens? What happens when you do? Like, does he go? Is he free at that point?
I think
Or
so. I think at the point I say, I don't really know, but it didn't feel right to sort of ask. It felt a bit intrusive.
Yeah, no, I understand. Maybe after a few drinks, if you feel more comfortable,
Yeah, maybe.
maybe he'd be more open about it.
I've got as much as like when we're in a bind and I need like a wish, and then he can. I don't know if he can just do wishes generally, or if it has to be like a big one, and then I agree that it's his release, and then he's free. And
The way he
that.
moved us into that
You-
room was insane.
That wasn't a wish apparently.
Don't you find it kind of uncomfortable that you're sort of holding him hostage just in case you need that? I know the spell wish. Are you going to put me in a bottle?
I mean, you used to carry around a creature in a bottle yourself, well, in a backpack yourself, Mia.
I mean, I would have felt bad, but he doesn't seem to mind. So as long as he doesn't mind, I think we could like have a good friendship here.
But you do intend to let him go.
Yeah,
That's the
I
right.
think so. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll be lifelong friends and he won't want to. I mean, I'll hope for that. That'd be fun.
I don't know.
Like a pal forever. Which I've never
Yeah, but
really had.
He can't really go anywhere without you, though, can he?
No, but he does like. He said to me that he likes to travel. I don't know. He said it was an easy way of traveling. But for now, well, let's just see how we go because he doesn't seem to mind, and I think it's cool. I could have a friend for life.
It's yours to decide, I guess.
I mean, I've only just met him today, so we'll see.
After this short conversation, the hulking orc approaches you. Excuse me. Welcome to the Copper Cherry. How may I be of service? Oh, sorry, it sounds too much like Commune. Bear with me.
Addictive voice.
Yeah.
Is that what you used to teach?
Yeah, that's my teacher voice.
Knew
it. So
Ray Winston. So.
I feel under pressure to come up with a totally different voice. I'm just going to speak normally. How might I be of service? What do you want?
Dragon whiskey. You got it?
You're in the wrong kind of bar if you want dragon whiskey.
Oh no.
What kind of bar are we in?
You're in a bar that will serve you much cheaper but equally effective means of intoxication. I'm still slipping into it. So, what have we got? He says that the fanciest thing we've got is a lawless lantern. It's a Shiraz, apparently. I've never had it.
What's your favourite?
Oh. Personally, I like a rogue yak hard cider.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Either sounds
perfect.
good.
Does like any of your drinks like help us in the heat?
Oh, well, keep you refreshed, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, yeah, most of them.
Okay.
How is this place so much cooler than outside?
It's because it's dug into the earth, and there's no volcanic spring underneath. Sometimes if you dig too far down in the city of Brass or anywhere in the plane of fire, a lava geyser is likely to spring up and ruin your day. But there just happens to be a patch of cold earth, or at least not as searing hot as the rest of this place. And that's why we built it in here, my brother and I.
It feels very nice.
Brother.
Well,
Where's your brother?
Oh, he'll be somewhere preparing the food, I imagine.
Do you have any
You sell
bones?
food.
Bones, yes, we have lots of bones for your steed here.
If you wouldn't mind, I'm sure he would love to munch on something.
Quite all right. And he comes back after a short break with flagons of cider at 5 silver pieces each, and a porterhouse bone for Humphrey to gnaw on.
Nice.
So a little while, and you don't see any sign of Camoon.
No way. I will get the cider, guys, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
thank you, Giselle.
Thank
Do you know where your newest friend has gone?
No. But he
A couple
can't go
more
far.
people start milling in the early evening. It's like a much less imposing clientele than many of the people you've seen walking like the high street. Few different humans, few different orcs, the odd dwarf, maybe even a half elf or two at most. But yeah, it starts getting busy, and people are now kind of like shoulder to shoulder at the bar as the orc bartender struggles to kind of keep on top of all the different orders. It's a nice atmosphere. A bard even pipes up. It's a young dwarf haplessly murdering a piece on the bagpipes in the corner.
Pleasant noise, isn't it? I think I should get up and have a dance.
It's the nicest place we've seen here, I think. Well, I mean, it's cool and homely. I like the caves.
Going to try. We can't see Camoon, can we?
No.
Not even smoke. In all his great height, if he was to stand up.
If I just move around and stand in front of you.
Not here. I'm going to try my telepathy. Oh, Mr. Great Camoon, make yourself known.
And in a puff of smoke, he appears next to you. However, he looks rather forlorn and glum-faced.
Oh, no. Oh, Great Camoon, what's up?
Oh, good evening. I'm sorry, I can't find my friends.
Oh, no. Oh.
Moon, what year was it you went into the bottle?
I don't remember, to be honest. Time really doesn't work the same way in a vessel. But us Dow, we live for centuries, millennia. And this is where we used to drink every night in the Copper Cherry.
Did the
Can you send them a
brothers-
message?
Yeah, ask the brothers if they've seen your friends.
I suppose I could. I'll try and communicate with them using my abilities. Although I think the vessel might be interfering with my power.
Oh,
What do you mean?
Well, just as I'm unable to wander too far from the vessel, I can't reach out with my magical power too far either.
Are you saying you don't want to be attached to the vessel anymore?
I'm just saying it's making it very difficult to reach out, send messages.
Can we help you in any way?
Well, perhaps just start by asking around. Maybe someone here has seen them. Their names are the illustrious Kyrish and the noble Nazuf.
Yep, those easy spells.
Are the adjectives titles or first names?
Like nicknames, if you like.
I like it. Illustrious Karish.
Like noble Nazuf. Because it sounds like a puff. Nazuf.
He does like a dramatic entrance, Nazuf.
There's something to be said for a dramatic entrance. Well, okay. We should go ask the barkeep then, I think. It'd be the best idea.
Well nominated, Jacob.
Oh, very well.
Okay.
Jacob will stand up and head towards the bar.
After a few minutes waiting, comes to you. How's the cider?
Oh, great. Would like another round, please.
Sure. And he puts the flagons down on the side. 5 silver pieces each.
Just gives him the gold.
Mm-hmm.
While I'm here, we've come in. Our friend brought us to this bar. The Great Camoon. He used to come here some time ago with his friends. He was hoping they'd be here tonight. Have you heard from the illustrious Kahish or noble Nazuf recently?
He kind of looks around and then leans in. We used to get a few more Dow in here back in the day. But that was before the war.
It's Blood War that I've heard mentioned.
No. The Blood War is merely... we service the Blood War here in the city of Brass. It's what our trading and industrialization is kind of profiting from. The more people come here to buy weapons and magic, then the more heavy the pockets of the Grand Sultan become. No, the city of Brass was a participant in its own war not long ago.
What happened?
Well, the Grand Sultan, as everybody knows, likes to keep a harem of women and entertainers. And so enamored was he with one of them in particular that he let his guard down. A particular Efreet Shabanu. She betrayed him and led an incursion of fire salamanders against the Charcoal Palace. And the city was divided. You had Efreet on one side, Tao on the other, and everybody else forced to pick an employer or a master to serve. The Tao and Shabanu and many, many fire salamanders did not come out on top. They were banished if they weren't slaughtered. I suggest if your friends got caught up in that conflict, then it's unlikely that they survived.
That is. Thank you for the news. Grave though it is. Here's for your troubles, and I'll tip him a gold piece.
He takes it and just gives you a nod.
And I'll pick up the drinks, carry them back to the table.
Well,
Here's another drink for all of you. It seems the Tao used to visit a lot more than they do now. There was a war between the Efreet and the Tao some time ago, and the Tao are not as welcome in the city as they used to be. So he suggests that very few Tao visit this establishment since that war.
do you know anything, the Great Commune, about the war?
A war in the city of Brass. Well, that sounds terrible.
Over the Sultan and one of his concubines.
If my friends have perished in a war by the Sultan's hand, then perhaps we should go and demand some answers in the Charcoal Palace.
Ooh. I mean,
I'd like to give.
John went.
why would it be easier for me?
Then you wouldn't have to take the risk of sticking your neck out in the Charcoal Palace and threatening the Grand Sultan. But if he's led my people to war, then I demand to know what happened to them. There needs to be accountability.
That sounds really dangerous because
You could start a war.
there's a lot of the other guys, Ifriti, the gods, and I mean, would you be okay?
The Efreet are much more aggressive than us Tao, and they wield their magic with a spitefulness that only someone with true black fire in their heart could wield without a care. However, I'm loyal to my friends, and if they died by the Efreeti's hands, then I shouldn't be scared to face them.
Maybe we should
Maybe
find
finding more information. Yeah. Maybe, I imagine the city of Brass, elegant and amazing as it is, will have some form of newspaper. A grand library where we may find archives and details of the war. And get the full picture before we visit the palace.
And if that's
You-
something, you know, you want to be released, then, I don't want to hold you back. So, but I am sad that you would no longer be with me after such a short time. But at the same time, if you need to go, I get it.
That you would consider releasing me upon but a request is flattering, Lady Giselle. If you merely have my reacquaintance with my friends in the back of your mind as you go about your business, I would be flattered and take any opportunity to assist you in your endeavours. I do not wish to speak out of turn. I mean, I got emotional at the mention of war.
Okay.
Perhaps we should visit the Dow areas of the city. They may have news of your friends.
Although there are many Dow here, there's no real Dow district. Although I'm sure you'll be able to find them. Perhaps focusing on, like you say, a library or some kind of repository of information might be a good place to start. I'm sorry, this is a lot to take in. I'm very confused. Would you mind, Lady Giselle, if I return to the vessel?
Of course.
Very well. And he bows, and it disappears into a cloud of smoke, and you feel the vessel kind of glow hot again before you instinctually put the cork back in.
And she's just going to whisper, "Be okay."
There's certainly a lot going on here.
There is.
I just wonder if the Sultan is, like a decent person, or what do people think about him? Or is he the despot here? Is he tyrant?
I mean, my understanding of Prince Leva, he's not a good person. He's just power play. And
yeah, but
that's my impression of people in power, basically.
From what I heard from the bartender, the city of Brass exists for merchants' delight, for war. It profits out of this blood war. I think anybody who could rule over such a city where it exists to supply weapons, tools, and armor for war would be a very different individual from those we are used to.
The blood war, no less.
Yes, they were talking about it, those salamanders earlier. The salamanders joined the Tao in their fight against the Ifrit. That is potentially why they are now slaves.
I mean, I wish we could just run out there and free every person that has their freedom stolen from them, but I mean,
Sadly, the world is not that nice a place, Tilly.
We can't do that.
I am a little concerned as well. This wish that your Tao speaks of. If it is wish, that worries me. We all know how badly those things go.
What are you talking about?
We have seen the wish spell cast twice. Both times it had consequences.
Didn't even know it was a spell.
Once it almost destroyed the caster. The second it ripped a hole in the void, in the space between worlds. It is a dangerous magic. I'm sure Mia knows more about it than I do. But I think your sister was wise in giving you something like that as a last resort. but it should remain that.
I reckon that requires further conversation with him. And obviously he's taking some emotional respite right now, so let's just leave that there until he feels a bit better.
Understandable, yes.
Bless him.
So we go for a wander around the city, look for a library or maybe an off license to buy you some Dragon's whiskey.
I mean, it's pretty late now, isn't it? Or that doesn't
But
matter
cities
here.
come to light at night. They come to life. Many interesting things happen at night in a city.
Okay. I mean, it's probably a bit dangerous without a guide. Where would you start?
Maybe ask the barkeeper if he knows of somewhere.
If he knows the library, yeah, maybe.
Okay, just checking my notes.
I was thinking of that, the drow, Shirenil, the one that's looking for Vida. She struck me as someone in the sort of profession of finding things that aren't meant to be found, stealing things that aren't meant to be stolen. You think it's possible to help her get in touch with Vida? Perhaps she'd help us at least with knowledge. I can't think of how to even begin approaching the palace, let alone stealing something within.
Maybe contacting Vida is not the worst idea.
We'll
need to speak to someone who has some kind of underworld contacts or profession of stealing.
We haven't really done anything like this before. At least not that I remember in the time that I've been part of this group, but we're in a place that is so alien to us. It's interesting and hot. But yeah, we do have a lot of questions and probably very difficult. That's a good idea, Smoke. I think if she did mention a place called Watchfire House where they were going to meet, so we could go there.
Minister of Security. His place.
Smoke. As you are you're plotting the correct tactic to use to accomplish your goal, something catches your eye. Could it be tabaxi in a place like this? Huh?
What, just in the tavern? Like,
yeah, you notice just some like feline ears at the other end of the bar that just disappear out of view.
Yeah, I'll just suddenly get up and then I'll try and move my way through the crowd and find them.
Okay.
Too much cider. He probably needed to relieve himself.
Smoke, I'd just like you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Ooh. Okay, I'm going to use mine. Just let me check. I've got an indomitable feature left. I've got one. Let me try a reroll.
Is that when you fail?
If I fail, I can reroll and use the new roll. Yeah.
Dan hasn't said you failed yet.
Oh wait, does it say that I fail, or is it that I have to do it before it's announced? Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, you can check. It's fine.
Oh, you do have to tell me whether it fails or not.
It fails.
Yeah, it's not as much. Nope. It fails even more so.
It does. So you just see this kind of like flash of like light brown blonde fur, just again dashed like around another corner into like one of the quieter nooks at the opposite end of the copper cherry. It's a bit darker and quieter. Do you follow?
Yeah, I'd follow still.
Okay. As you follow, you step into this nook, and the temperature changes from a kind of damp, cool to almost like a meadow, a breeze. The kind of workman-like surroundings are changed to a slightly more luxurious, like green, like satin couches and tasseled pillows around a coffee table, where this lone tabaxi sits opposite the entranceway. She is beautiful to you, Smoke, and daintily poised in like fine, like silk, like loungewear. But you see her hands are manacled together as she sits perched on this seat opposite the coffee table, ready to receive you, it looks like, in the chair opposite. She looks up and smiles. Hello.
I'll pull out the chair and sit down. Can it be a tabaxi in a place like this?
I was thinking the same thing. What brings you to the city of Brass?
Adventure with my companions over there.
Adventuring. I could only dream of it.
Pains me to see you're manacled.
Pains me more than you could know. What's your name?
Smoking mirror.
I'm Dangling Lace. What clan are you from, Smoking Mirror?
Distant Rivers clan. From where did you once hail?
My clan is perished.
You are not of the Sacred Crystal clan.
How did you know?
Call it intuition.
Not many of us remain, Smoking Mirror. In fact, we are but 5.
What did you once call yourselves?
Hold on. Sorry. Ah! Uh-huh. We were the Mirakin. You led to our demise, Smoking Mirror.
I suppose in a way I did.
I never believed in the sacred crystal, and I was far away from it when it was destroyed. Hence, I do not name myself like my clan brothers and sisters. But you know where I am now, don't you?
But why here?
Every minute that my essence is bound to you is a minute I cannot bear. I've summoned you here to release me.
What do you mean, bound to me? Who manacled you in the first place? Was not I?
No. You know who it was. Someone who will not rest until you are destroyed. I'm forbidden for uttering his name.
The Great Tiger.
You think I'm talking of Urkashindi? No. I'm talking of a vengeance real and terrible. One that's coming for you and your family. Release me. Give me peace. This is not my fight.
I'll move the chair around and sit down beside her so that I can say, I guess the manacles are kind of under the table or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If I inspect the manacles at a glance, do they look breakable with my weapon, or?
Yeah, they look like ornamental almost.
I'll grab the manacles, put her hands on the table, draw the sword.
She trembles and gasps and looks at you wild-eyed.
Smash them into the chains and try to break it.
You bring the manacles down onto the chain, and your sword hits the stone floor. And you look up, and you're in the back room of the Copper Cherry with a few other patrons to either side of you, kind of looking at you. One of them kind of holding back no longer the green cushions or any of the environment that you just saw. However, I would like you to remove one soul from your sword.
I see.
A large orc kind of leans in. Are you okay, catfolk? You were just talking to yourself for quite a while, and you
Sorry,
lashed out.
it must be the heat. I'm still getting used to it. I'll sheath the sword.
He kind of hands you like a big flagon of water. Maybe you should just take it easy.
Thank you. I'll give him. I'll down the water, whole
Mhm.
thing immediately, and I'll give him like 2 gold pieces. Shake it off, and go and sit with my friends again.
Is question, the DM question, is Smoke aware of the soul missing from the sword? Is that something is a part of the magic item?
You might feel that the sword's power is somewhat diminished. It's like a feeling that you would get, I think.
Are you okay, Smoke?
I'm fine. Sorry, thought I saw an old friend.
Oh, weird. But you're fine.
Oh, I'll be fine.
Okay. Okay, so are we going back to where we're staying tonight?
There's
Or do we want to have a look at the Charcoal Palace and just see it from the outside?
We should at least see it, find it.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
After, an hour or two drinking in the Copper Cherry, which way do you want to go? Do you want to go back through like the main city or back the way you came?
I'd say main city.
I'd agree. I'd like, if possible, Dan, sort of jack up studying the flows of people to work out how to get back to the main streets, and from there follow up towards the palace using his background as a city secret's background.
But this isn't a city that you know.
It's just, I think the background just says you understand the flow of people within cities.
Do you want to post it?
Yeah, it can't. I just copy and paste it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mean sort of this area when you say main city?
Yeah, like you would come down from the Ashlarks here, past this fort, through either the Rookery or Margate, and then this is the like commercial, religious and industrial like main thoroughfare where most of the shops and things like that are.
So we'd be going up kind of that way. Okay. If there are any open shops, I don't know what the cycle of night and day is or whatever, if there is any for like closed shops or not. But we could take a look and have a look
want
for
to buy any jewelry, Tilly?
No, thank you. I've had my fill, I think, for quite a while. But
fair enough. I thought you were really into it or something.
These potions might be quite useful to have, because I just feel we're gonna struggle and more the more we get here. The more we stay here. Sorry.
Do you want to make a survival check, Jacob? It means that you could get back in good time if you with your background and not stay out too late. Would you rather go through the Rookery or Margate in order to get to this canal, this crossroads here?
Let's go through Margate.
Okay. Hold on.
That's it. You picked an area of like murder. We're all dead.
It's the murder area where everyone dies.
Yeah, every city's
No.
got one.
Hold on. Margate is a warehouse district, largely abandoned except for vermin and private armies of merchants.
Great choice, Jacob.
So yeah, you. I guess about an hour into your journey, it would start to feel like you'd definitely gone the wrong fucking way. Even though you haven't, that's what it would start to feel like. Go on then. Roll me a D100 if you would, Gareth.
81.
81. Oh. Sweet. Bear with me. This is the problem with random stuff. Just bear with me. Game rules. Okay. You work your way around a warehouse district, and you see one of the warehouse doors is like open, and it is presided over. Inside you can see a piece of equipment. It looks like almost like a tank that has got like a elongated cannon with a huge flaming skull at the end. And fluttering around this war machine are a group of imps. And they seem to be arguing with each other about how it works. Well, what happens if we press this one? And they press something, and then like a huge jet of fire comes out of the back. Like, oh, don't press that again! Fucking hell! And they're just kind of like squabbling with each other. It's like, oh, someone must have left some instructions. Bloody Ifrit. They'll probably have us pay for them. So yeah, they've bought something expensive and dangerous that they don't know how to use. It's quite clear.
Yeah, it's the guy in me wants Stavia tried turning it off and on again. Jacob wouldn't say that.
Do you intervene or walk past?
Keep a wide berth away from the fire bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would intervene. Point it out to the others, see what they say. But it looks dangerous. What do you think, guys?
I think what's his name? Great Camoon would be well interested about that tank to infiltrate the walls of the palace and cause anarchy if he was in the mood for it. Those are my thoughts.
You could
A-team your way into the charcoal palace in a tank. I love it.
see if you can, Giselle, see if you can speak to him with your telepathy into the bottle.
He can't speak back though.
Yeah, but if you tell him there's something interesting,
Oh, okay.
if he wants to come out.
In my mind, I tell him what we found, and I see if he makes note of it on the vibrates the bottle.
Let me just
What's that?
let me make a rules check here because there are rules for what can and can't happen when you're inside the vessel.
Yeah.
So let me just double check.
Is it semi-permeable? So he might be able to see anyway.
Yeah, maybe. Does it say that? I'm just looking.
I think I just remember it from your description last week of when we went in.
He's got just like a giant screen TV sat there on the couch,
Gareth can't.
watching what we do.
Maybe it's something you. How many levels in Warlock do you have? You don't need to tell anyone, actually. It might be something you get later. Hold on.
Sorry about that. My internet went for kafloof.
Aha. It doesn't say anything about being able to see in and out of it. So you're using telepathy to try and contact Kamoon, yeah?
Yeah.
You send your message out, and there doesn't seem to be any immediate response.
It does say on my bit about it does say what I can do. It says whilst inside you can hear the area around your vessel as if you were in its space.
Oh, so I literally missed that entire sentence. Okay, sorry. Apology.
I didn't even need to say it, did I? Just...
The telepathy though still has no response because that's in your mind and no one else can hear it.
Hey, Great Carmoon, what do you reckon to this vehicle? Can you hear me? You interested? I'll give you a count of 5 seconds. If you're not interested...
The bottle starts to heat up.
Oh, okay. Be free.
Yeah, it pops out. Whoa, that is a fearsome war machine. Look at those imps. You should never trust an imp. They're always working for someone bigger and more dangerous.
That's knowledge. What do you reckon? Do we need it?
Huh. Unless you want to storm the Charcoal Palace in something like that, then I don't suppose trying to drive it around in Margate would be the best course of action.
We
Might make a good distraction.
We could bejewel it, bedazzle, put some...
Certainly be an interesting thing to own, and certainly if we needed to face anyone, then taking it into battle would surely give us an advantage.
Jacob, why don't you just ask them what they need it for? What did they buy it for? That's pretty interesting, right?
Yeah. It's an interesting tank you've got there.
Who asked you? Get
You
your
did
eyes
when
off
you
our
left the door
merchandise.
One of them said,
Don't be so hasty now. We'll sell it to you.
one of them flutters over and lands kind of on a kind of a mid-level partition wall. Looks down on you from about 3 feet above your head.
Are you interested?
Curious about it. Not really interested in buying. Where would I put it?
I suggest you point it at your enemies, and they'll be your enemies no more.
Is that why you bought it?
We bought it because we were sent here on an errand. We were supposed to buy a big weapon, so we bought the biggest one we could find. We're not sure how it works, though.
Oh.
I think you needed more specific instructions, my friends.
You're right. These devils in the blood war think we've got nothing better to do than go shopping. They could at least tell us exactly what they're after.
Well, that looks like it'd be very difficult to. Where are you from?
Oh, we're all imps from. We're from Avernus.
Avernus.
Yeah, it's hotter than here.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Anyway, you want to buy it? Apparently, it is a Hellfire engine.
I mean, you don't really know. We just heard you. You don't really know how it works.
Ah, but we know how much we paid for it, and thus we know how expensive and valuable it must be. And if you're in the market for a weapon that clearly does some crazy shit we can't even comprehend, then you're welcome to buy it off us. And we'll go buy some fucking swords or something next time.
Miscommunication is always a problem.
Sadly, I don't think we have any use for this weapon, fine though.
Oh, we could have it delivered somewhere. We know some people who can plane shift things around. What plane are you from? You look like you're from the Shadowfell. You're all pale and stuff. No?
The material, most recently.
Oh, the material plane. Oh, everything's going on in the material plane. Well, it's all peaceful and there's no war and politics. It's boring, if you ask me. Stick a Hellfire engine up the material plane and make it a lot more exciting.
Do you have a card?
Sure. Well, I have my boss's card.
Oh. Okay.
Who's your boss?
Hold on.
Ah.
Hold on.
Our boss is a particularly fearsome general in the Dragon Queen's army called Zogramog.
Zogramog. Well,
If you want to be on the winning side in the blood war, you better back Zogramog. That's what he says anyway.
and you said he's a devil, right?
Yeah.
So, is Zogramog really gonna be like unhappy with you guys when you come back with the machine? You have no idea how it works, and
Well, possibly. So if you want to buy it off us, he might be a bit more happy that we didn't waste his money.
or
How
you
much
could
are you
just
selling it for?
I will sell it to you for 1 coin.
What kind of coin?
It's like the one that lady has in her pocket.
Those coins.
No, what
What's-
coin she has in her pocket.
what's he talking about?
I don't think he's talking about me.
How do you know?
We can smell them. It's very precious and totally useless to you. Why don't you hand it over?
Because I get the feeling that it's going to be quite useful for you.
Correct. Might help Zogramog win the war.
I'm okay to not go aiding Zogramog.
Oh, the blood war is eternal. It's all a bit of a farce, really.
Yeah, I think we'll cope okay without a hellfire engine. Don't you, everyone?
Oh, please.
I send
You make-
telepathically to Mia. I could distort the value.
I can't say anything back, can I?
No.
You make a compelling argument, but I don't think please will cut it. But it was nice to meet you all.
Good luck with your tank.
Fine.
And they like all fly off, like, and one of them like just pushes one of the other one, and they like fall over and skitter around, and then oi, squabbling.
So they just left the tank here.
No, they've gone back towards the tank.
Oh,
you were
okay.
you were stood outside the warehouse, and they've gone back in.
Gotcha.
Let's leave here.
That was interesting, but I'm really curious.
Let's keep going. Just down this
The
street,
thing
we
is-
should find the way. I think we're nearly there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, go on.
I was just going to say, sorry, Tilly, what were you saying?
Oh, I was very interested in what he wanted from you. Is there a long story behind that? Campfire story? Not something you want to talk about?
Not here. Some other time.
Sure. I mean, these things keep popping up with you guys. Things that you've seen, you've done, where you've been.
All
And
new to me.
I feel like,
Yeah.
I feel like maybe we need to have more regular catch-up sesh, if you know what I mean.
We've never sat down and had a good old chat about the Blood War. We just need to really sit down and just unpack it.
Just chill out, smoke some devil root. You know what I mean? Just yeah. Okay. Jacob, let us just which way, please?
This way, I think.
So you're looking for a vendor of some fire resistance potions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will allow two of you to make an investigation check.
I would be a bad person to help with that.
I would be a good person to do that.
I would be bad too.
I would be a mediocre person.
Okay, good and mediocre it is. Let's go with that.
Yeah, smoke, no.
Oh.
Oh God, your plus 13 gave you 16.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You can't help what you do on the dice, but yeah.
Okay, so 16 and a 9. Jacob, roll me a d10.
2.
Okay. You make your way up the street of the Craftsman, and yeah, you see all kinds of artisanal, like craft shops, smiths, Fletchers, alchemists, all kinds of different manufacturers, sellers, and retail points. And yeah, you do find a dragonborn alchemist who is like got blue scales and like almost like a goatee on the end of his chin. You've never seen a dragonborn with hair, so this one must be particularly old. They have like a big bulbous nose with like tiny circular rimmed glasses, and they walk with a walking stick. But yeah, you see like a small collection of potions on the roadside as he's kind of like dodders about and flicks between recipes in a book. He doesn't even notice you approach.
Good evening.
Good evening. Just about to close, but is there something I can interest you with? A potion will fix what ails you.
It's our first time visiting the city of Brass, and we find ourselves in need of some protection against the heat.
Ah. Then you've come to the right place. Krithtotas is the name.
Jacob Lecheria, at your service.
Oh, now then. Heat. It's a very popular kind of potion, especially if you're going to venture out beyond the city limits. The heat out there in the wilds can be even more deadly and devastating than it is within the city limits.
Yes, what we saw of it before, as we arrived here, was bad enough.
Yes, it can be most troubling about in the cinder waste. Now then, what have we got? Oh, seems I've only got 2 left.
Well, I think they'd be useful, so how much would you sell them to us for?
Supply is very low. And my last 2 will fetch you 1,000 gold pieces each.
What sort of?
How long do they last?
Yeah.
Sorry, Lucas. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. That's what I was going to ask anyway.
Oh, it'll get you through a good hour.
Perhaps
1,000 gold pieces for an hour?
What about 300 for the 2?
You must think I was born yesterday, young lady.
Maybe you were. I don't know.
No, that price is out of the question.
I'm not going to even make you roll a persuasion check.
we've had a bit of drink of a delicacy called a dragon whiskey yesterday, and that seemed to have lasted a lot longer for a lot less money. How is that?
Yes, well, these potions don't have dangerous side effects like dragon whiskey does.
We were fine.
Yes, fine now.
We've got 15 hours.
As a fellow admirer of all alchemical bindings and things and potions of such, what sort of side effects do you think we're looking at?
Oh, dragon whiskey. People have been known to spontaneously combust a matter of days after consuming it.
Is he telling the truth?
That's bad. Yeah, inside check.
You can both make an insight check.
Yeah, 2 shots.
Tilly, you are worried.
Yes, yes, I would be.
Mia, he may be embellishing the risks of dragon whiskey, although they're not completely baseless accusations with that. With that insight check.
Okay. And say we don't remember. Is there anywhere else that we can go to get more of these potions? Or can you make more?
Make more of these ones? I may be able to concoct a few more. They do take time and they require delicate components. Are you going to be in the city of Brass for a while?
Few days, we don't know.
Possibly.
Then if you're willing to pay up front, I may be able to procure you some more.
Or one.
You Kirsty can roll me a d10.
Woo! Oh,
I have the components and have access to the other components that will enable me to make 4 more of these by this time tomorrow. However, you'll have to pay up front and buy the ones that I have on sale here at full price.
so that would be 6 in total.
Correct.
What about 2,500 for the 6 of them?
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah, I'm going to roll an 18. Use my portent.
Make your bonus what?
That would make my bonus. That would make it 21.
21.
Call it 3,000 and you've got a deal.
I'll look at everyone.
I
Yeah.
can't
Seems
pay.
fair.
We got this.
You just lowered him to market value. Uncommon potions of fire resistance are 500 gold pieces each. So 6 for 3,000 is
So
bang on.
750 for the 4 of us. Yeah, because Giselle not
Yeah.
paying. So we'll just split it equally.
Yeah.
750 each. Sounds like a good idea.
So you can decide who's getting the 2 potions of fire resistance now, and if you come back at early evening tomorrow, then Christotus should have his potions for you.
Giselle's gonna is he got a stall or is it all on his person?
It's a stall.
Giselle wants to sort of have a look at some of the trinkets at the front of the stall and ask him, like, what are your cheapest items?
Cheapest items. Hold on. Sorry, page takes a little bit to load. Okay.
I have some standard healing potions for what injuries might befall you out in the plane of fire. I have, some other ornamental gifts, things that I've whittled from bone and threaded together, and silk handkerchief, a statuette, piece of jade. Sorry, it is the end of the day. I'm not got much left.
Okay, no, that's fine. But maybe I'll see what you have tomorrow.
Very well. And you a delivery in the morning, if those imps ever turn up on time.
Although, when he turns his head, does he turn his head? Does he speak to anybody from the group? Is there any distraction technique going on right now?
Yeah, he's kind of old and doddery, and he's wandering about, not paying much attention. You could easily find a window for when his back is turned briefly. Are you going to make a stealth check?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What? His back's turned. What are you doing?
I want to pick up the jade stone and put it in my pocket.
Just make a sleight of hand check.
Oh no!
just as you kind of go up and you try and pocket this J statuette, it just falls off its display perch and shatters on the ground.
Oh no!
What have you done?
Oh, I just slipped out of my fingers.
That'll cost you. You break it, you bought it.
It was one of your cheapest items.
Whilst the talking, Tilly's going to pick up the pieces of the statuette and cast mending on it.
It's like brand new.
And pass it back to Giselle.
And then Giselle puts it down and just takes 3 steps back and says,
He kind of looks it up and puts his tiny circular glasses up to the end of his nose, starts to inspect it.
That's some good work, young miss.
Thank you. I like fixing things.
Are you seeking employment?
I mean, you are definitely into the things that I'm really interested in. I'm just thinking in my head right now of creating something for my poor dog. I don't necessarily want him to avoid, exploding fires, but just something that will make the heat more bearable. Something that cools the body temperature that's safe for him. I've got lots of ingredients, but I would love to discuss some ideas with you.
We have some digestive concoctions that may usually have prevented acid reflux and indigestion, but the cooling element of them can be expanded into something which may cool the body temperature by a small amount, although getting the balance just right would be essential to prevent the person who imbibes the concoction from falling into a coma.
Well, of course, that's really important. I've got special mushrooms that could do just that. And she'll want to buy some of this lesser non-magical things that he's got to maybe do something with it later in the inn.
What, some of this
digestive stuff.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So he could sell you 2 of these almost like light bulb shaped bottles with this light blue creamy liquid inside, little bottles of Gaviscon, if you like, for 3 gold pieces each.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do that. See if I can make something up later for Humphrey.
Thank you for shopping at Baltarim's Bazaar.
And a pleasure.
Okay. Anything else anyone wants to do while they are about town?
I think that Great Camoon is with us because he came out near the.
Yeah.
So just ask him if there's anywhere, if he's okay, and if he wants to be back in the bottle, or does he want to go somewhere?
The Great Camoon is. Well, to be honest, I'm feeling a bit flat. I'm going to go back in the bottle.
Okay.
Do you have room in there to visit? I think it would be super interesting.
I can visit. I totally
You can?
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. You can go in. Wow. That's pretty great.
Actually, Giselle probably doesn't know that. Lucy knows that.
Wonder if it's
Do you want to join me?
He said, Lady Giselle?
Well, if I join you, who's going to carry the bottle?
I'm sure you could entrust one of your companions to keep us safe.
Tilly?
yeah, of course.
Just hold it.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Let's
I
go
can't
into the
wait to show
bottle.
you around. Listen, what I've done, I had an extension done about a few hundred years ago, and I've got some, and it basically goes off on one about some onyx work surface in his kitchen that he wants to show you.
I'm excited.
And yeah, you both disappear in a puff of grey and green mist.
This could be really useful.
I'm going to try. Tilly, I'm inside. Speak if you can hear me.
You receive no telepathic message, Tilly.
Yeah.
He's ignoring me.
I'm looking into the bottle, see if I can see them inside. Like very tiny.
Not so much. No, it's just like swirling mist inside.
Oh, I wish you
Happy
could
to
put
have the
more
grand
people
tour.
in it.
Wait, did you just wish?
Yeah. No, I don't think it works for me. It was I was just saying, like, this seems like it could be useful to carry somebody in sneakily in somewhere if we needed to. If we could, like, get a tour of the palace, right, and leave the bottle in the toilet somewhere, right, for the night, and then they just come out.
The Godfather trick. Just leave it in the bathroom.
I don't know. Is she? Are you? Can you hear me? Giselle, are you? Do you want us to? Do you want us to keep going, or what? What?
You can hear Giselle, but obviously can't reply.
Say anything. Carry on.
I'm afraid that's quite futile, miss.
Oh.
You might as well sit back and relax.
Okay. But it's a lovely place you've got here.
It's a receiver
Sure.
only.
So many
Have some
cushions.
dragon whiskey.
Oh.
I'm only kidding.
If we had it in there, that'd be brilliant.
That was so good. Oh, I just paid 3,000 for potions that last 1 hour. Okay. Well, I assume inside is pretty cool, right?
Yeah. Do you want to describe it, Lucy?
No, because I haven't thought about it. I do
Well, it's
know.
improv. Yeah.
I do know that it's got like throws and cushions. Let me just see what the description is. Sorry.
It says
It's like interior of the vessel is an extra dimensional space in the shape of a 20-foot radius cylinder, 20 feet high, and resembles. The interior is appointed with cushions and low tables and is a comfortable temperature. While inside, you can hear the area around as if it was in your space, and you can remain up to it in a number of hours. Any objects left there will remain there until carried out. So it's going to be creams and reds and cream cushions with like gold and red tassels and a red tablecloth over the table, again with that sort of Moroccan red and white kind of vibes.
Mm-hmm.
The reds, golds and creams.
It gives you the grand tour of his 20-foot radius cylinder.
Where's the
He has an extension.
Yeah, he does have a little extension. It's below. It's like a trapdoor. There's just a whole other room.
I like it.
It's great.
1 second, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we're it's kind of towards like getting late, right? In terms of like
Yeah, it's
24-hour
the
clock.
evening, late evening now. Yeah, we're going to say like 9-10 o'clock.
But there isn't any visible change in the lighting or heat or
from within the city. Like I say, it's really difficult. There it's definitely got darker, but it's like trying to pick out where the sun is very tricky indeed. And the temperature is definitely less intense than it was a few hours ago, even though it's more intense than it was yesterday because of the potion wearing off.
That's right. Yeah, but we feel some relief.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, did we want to go and get into the furnace and just look around the area? If that's something that's possible to do. Mr. Oh, he's not here.
Nope.
And neither's Giselle.
What to do? She just went for a nap. So that helps. I guess we just start.
Smoke Mir, what was your plan? Do you think? Do you want to follow? Do you want to go and visit the palace? Did you want to try and contact the Drow or Vida, or what were your ideas earlier?
How far away are we from the? Just looking for what it was called, where we find the Drow lady.
Watchfire House.
Watchfire House.
It was at the Gate of the Fallen, I think, or somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, Watchfire House is number 61. So
yeah, exactly at the gate.
Yeah, literally there. It's like on your way back, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And could be on the way to the palace too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why don't we perhaps we could just speak to her again and just feel out whether she has any skills that could be helpful to us. Don't want to spend time doing her favors if she won't be able to do anything useful for us.
Sounds good.
She only seemed to be interested in knowing where Vida is. She had a job for her, but that's where she said she would be waiting for her. So, yeah.
If we do have a do we have a way of contacting Vida? It's not my magics that will transcend the planes and contact this person. So
I can talk to her.
Okay.
Whether she replies to me, I don't know, but I could send something to her.
That was what she said, right? Just to relay the message.
Yeah. But she seemed to indicate that Vida was supposed to be in the city. I think. Which, I mean, we could send her a message saying, "Hey, we're here. Can we talk?" If she'd be interested in it, I don't know.
She could be anywhere. She could be in that bottle with the genie.
Yeah, probably. Although I can't see her in there, but yeah. All right.
Yeah,
sure.
Let's go there.
Do you want to send the message too, or?
Let's go and talk to her first. I can't remember her name. The lady that was looking for Vida.
Cerulea. Mm-hmm.
Maybe have a conversation with her first.
Sherin Elbar. Yep, sure. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so it would take you another hour or so to get to where you're going, the Watchfire House, and I guess it would kind of look like this.
My internet's go funny if it's a big image.
It's not a map; it's a handout, so it should be all right. I think.
Sorry about before I had to go poke the fire. Put a new log on it.
Here you go.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's pretty. I like that.
Just quite understated then.
It's where the head of security of the whole city of Brass lives.
Cool.
As you approach, you are accosted by two Efreet who are mounted on nightmares. They identify themselves as the first Lancers. This Efreet who they've both got like tall helmets with like long like manes on the top and carry like flaming spears. And as they approach, as you get towards Watchfire House on this kind of main thoroughfare, hold on. Halt! What is your business at Watchfire House? We are the Blazes.
We were told to meet Cerulea Ilabar here. Perhaps we have the wrong place.
How do you know of Baal Hotep's guests?
We had only met in the city just recently. Actually, she sought us out. It seems we may have a mutual friend.
Just make a persuasion check there, Smoke. Nice. If Lady Cerulea is to receive you, then you must also be guests of Baal Hotep, head of security here at the City of Brass. We will escort you to his presence, and His Excellency can decide whether your business is worth his time.
Like, thank you.
As you are brought into Watchfire House, you see this solid-looking building with like watchtowers and spires, as you can see in that picture. And yeah, like groups of soldiers like marching up and down around the different grounds. And you are brought through. Make an Arcana check, please, Mia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as you step across the threshold into Watchfire House, you feel like you're in some kind of anti-magic field.
Ooh. Okay.
And before you see a grand hall with like a war table at the very end. Lots and lots of Efreet guards flanking either side of the hallway. Boasting shining golden claws and crimson robes smelling of smoke and ash, a bipedal dragon strides towards you, pointing a golden claw at you, directly at you, Smoker, to be the first to enter. They are, again, I don't know if this will show you their stat block, I hope not, but they look pretty cool, so.
Oh, cool.
Herald of Fire. So just look at the pretty art and then shut the window, please. Baal Hotep, he approaches you and inspects you personally. Looks to you, Smoking Mirror.
Ah, it's been a long time since a tabaxi stepped foot in these halls. I am Baal Hotep. And what is your title?
Smoking mirror of the distant rivers clan. This is very it's an honor to be here.
You seem nervous. You have nothing. If you have nothing to hide from the head of security in the city of Brass, then you have nothing to fear.
Very well. We were told by Cerulea to meet here.
Yes. You certainly know which names to drop to gain access into my inner sanctum. Tell me, how do you know Cerulea?
We met only recently in the city. She sought us out in the streets and seemed to be aware that we might have a mutual acquaintance, let's say.
You're after that Genasi. The plane touched. Yes. It is an elaborate trap.
How do
You see, I will let Lady Cerulea enlighten you to the rest of her plan. As he personally brings you into an upstairs room, you go kind of up a long staircase. And yeah, you enter this like upstairs reception room with a balcony that looks over the southern portion of the city. At a desk, not flanked by, but certainly sat in close proximity to these 5 drow guards. She turns in a chair towards you. Ah. Pleasure to make your acquaintance again, my friends. I trust you've enjoyed your afternoon here. Certainly an interesting place, isn't it, the City of Brass?
That's an understatement.
Yeah. We got a warm welcome.
I trust that your willingness to follow up on my request earlier means that you're serious about offering your assistance.
Well, we came to find out what exactly that depends upon. What might our assistance be in exchange for?
My friends and I, and she looks towards her male escorts, have been putting the word out that we require Vida Viserian's help. However, we're working directly for the Grand Sultan himself. We mentioned this part of our plan to you because you all look like capable warriors. And as you are out of towners like we are, the Grand Sultan maintains plausible deniability if something were to happen within the walls of the City of Brass. However, Vida Viserion has been a source of ire for the Grand Sultan ever since she escaped his service. She knows many of the Sultan's secrets, and thus she cannot be trusted The Grand Sultan wants to bring her to justice, City of Brass justice, and has hired me as a drow, someone who she is more willing to sympathize with, to lure her here into a trap. If you can assist in bringing her into these halls and helping us dispatch her and her troop, then I may be able to grant you an audience with the Grand Sultan, and he'd bestow upon you any kind of reward that you would want.
It is quite the offer. We find ourselves touring the city of Brass, as so many do, and already we are in the company of the Watchfire House itself, and presented with the opportunity to make our way into the palace. A rare opportunity indeed, and very deserving. But we can't make any guarantees. We are only acquainted with Vida, and that acquaintance is precarious at best.
Have you bested her in battle?
One could put it that way, but it was not exactly an overwhelming victory.
Then with our assistance, we should be able to tip the scales, don't you think? And then at that point, her drow compatriots all stand to attention, wielding various weapons.
The last time we fought, it was not a simple matter of might versus might. Vida has many tricks up her sleeves.
Indeed. She's managed to evade the soldiers here in the city of Brass, the Watchfire legions, the Illuminated, even the Sultan's own. However, subterfuge has not been one of the more popular tactics, and the Sultan has been unwilling to engage in open war, especially as she's spent most of her time on the material plane since her escape. However, we have it on good authority that she is within this city once more. And for all the Sultan knows, she is plotting a coup or an uprising. She needs to be dealt with. Her mother was one of ours. It brings me no pleasure to bring my might to bear against someone with drow blood in their veins. However, the Sultan, the Grand Sultan, pays handsomely and can tip my own power and influence in my favour back home in Mistcliff.
What, sorry, what exactly do you want us, she's not gonna come here, right? She will sense this is a trap, because this is the last place she ever would want to be.
She may take an invitation into Watchfire House as an irresistible opportunity to gain insight or information into the Grand Sultan's battle plans or Achilles' heels. However, if you are right and she is more paranoid and suspicious than we anticipated, then you may be able to lure her to a place that's more inconspicuous and set a trap.
Maybe. If we could maybe convince her that the Sultan might be exposed. Maybe if we knew or could stage that sort of situation.
The Sultan needs to remain out of our plans. As I said, plausible deniability is the aim of the game. He just wants this taken care of.
But if she thought that the Sultan was visiting a specific building or person, maybe
You'd have to
somebody he's
provide some
secretly
very
fond of.
persuasive evidence. His Excellency rarely ever leaves the Charcoal Palace, but for the most irresistible opportunities.
Well, I mean, as far as evidence, you could give us one, right? You could write a paper that this officials here could stamp it and say, "This is the plan," and we say we stole it.
Well, if that's the tactic you wish to adopt, what kind of place did you have in mind?
We don't really know the city that well. But we know a warehouse which has a giant fire engine in it.
I'm not sure we could invent any plausible story where the Grand Sultan would go and wander around Margate to buy a tank.
It's a golden tank.
Yeah. The city of Brass has just become some Tim Pot dictatorship. Like,
I love it.
We could, before we decide on our tactic, we could maybe try and scry on Vida and see where she's up to and get a feel for why she's in the city. That might help.
we're one step ahead of you in that regard. She seems to be currently protected from divination magic.
Oh, and how do you know she's here?
We've had the Blazers lay eyes on her in the past few days. The security forces here in the city of Brass are all but impossible to evade. She is moving locations, we're quite sure of it.
What was she doing?
That's what the Grand Sultan is worried about. We don't know.
So the Blaze just saw her in the street.
Not far from here, actually. Hold on.
Here's trouble wherever we've met her.
We saw her in the castings. She seemed to be interested in some of our military hardware.
Well, because giving that woman more power is a good idea.
Is there any chance that she knows that she's been spotted and is being pursued?
If she has gone underground and the hour is too late, then we shall have to deny all knowledge of this meeting and part company. But we must strike while the iron is hot. If we can contact her, if we can lure her to a location, be it this one or one of your choosing, then an opportunity to do the Grand Sultan a great favour, one that he would pay handsomely for, which passes by.
I think we are interested. We just obviously need to talk about how to do this and then contact you as soon as we have something.
I expect this matter resolved within the next 36 hours.
Is there a reason for this arbitrary number of hours?
Time is money, and I can't be away from my homeland for much longer without arousing suspicion. If my enemies get wind that I'm trying to employ the Sultan's favour to tip the scales in my balance, then there could be repercussions for me.
Very well. As we said, no promises. We might not even be able to contact Vida, and even if we do, she might be just as hostile towards us as she is towards you. But we'll give it a shot. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Then I expect to hear from you soon. Good luck, Star Seekers. And she winks.
Yeah, when we leave.
Baal Hotep escorts you down the stairs. We get many adventurers in the city of Brass, but few come with the reputation that precedes you. Shirainil knew some of you just from casting her eye upon you in the street. You two in particular, she points out Mia and Smoke. You've accomplished many great deeds.
Have we met her before?
Are you talking about Shirainil?
Cerulea. Mm-hmm. I'm asking
No.
Baal Hotep. Okay.
She wasn't. She was reticent to say that she'd done business with you personally. But indeed, across Cerulea on the material plane, your reputation is growing. And in the city of Brass, information can be even more valuable than money. It's not what you know, it's who you know. It would be my pleasure to introduce you to the Grand Sultan if you were to accomplish Shirainil and I's mission.
And I hope we can live up to our reputation.
He points you out with this like golden claw, kind of crooked in his posture and like smiling a wry smile. And literally 24 Ifrit are stood at the door with spears, and they slam them all on the ground as the door opens. And you are permitted to take the long walk through all of their gazes out back into the street.
As we get out, I'll give a finger on the lip, and then I'll ask Tilly, I don't suppose you have one of those delicious concoctions like the one you gave to Giselle earlier? You got any more of those?
I have one more if you're thirsty. And I'll give it to you.
I'd like to drink and try and get the telepathic ability.
Yeah, the way we're playing it, it's not like one item that you have to like roll for, but there's like 3 separate items in one, you know, and Lucas can just decide which one he's giving you.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So as we're walking back, I'll sort of... this would kind of have to be in turn to each person, obviously. It'd be a bit cumbersome, but I'd basically telepathically communicate. You know, I don't know exactly which side to trust with these. An audience with the Sultan is definitely very tempting, but his reputation isn't exactly benevolent. And I'm very interested to hear Vida's side of the story and what she's interested in. But as we've just had confirmed, Shirainil and her friends have powers of divination, and they could see wherever we are in the city and what we are speaking about. We could really do with some kind of protection, or if only we had somewhere to go where we could not be scryed upon.
Hold on. I was sure, and I think I'm really going to house rule it if it's not possible.
Go into the genie bottle.
Yeah, I'm sure you can invite people into the genie bottle.
I think so too. The only problem with that is that I'm in the bottle and I didn't get to telepathically.
Yeah, you wouldn't have telepathically heard. You would have heard the whole briefing though.
And you can decide to leave at any point, right?
Yeah, as an action.
You would, wouldn't you, after hearing all this? No? Yes? No?
I don't know. It's not a my. I will. I feel like a bit of a genie. I'll come out if I'm needed. But I could turn. I could turn. I mean, I could turn to the Great Commune and say, maybe we should invite them in here to talk privately. Sounds like a lot of business is going down.
Okay, so the way I'm going to because I can't see a reference to it. I'll say for like RP purposes and temporary protection from divination, I'm happy to allow certainly while your Dao is bound to you, he could bring you in, but it's a very light touch rule. I don't expect any like combat shenanigans or master plans to revolve around this ability.
Yeah. It's just a total.
I rolled up one of these genie warlocks at one point, and I was reading through, and I'm sure there is something about that. You can invite people in at a certain level.
Yeah, you're
like
probably
a higher
right.
level. You can't. I know you can't do it at first because I made like a level 1 and I couldn't. But I think later on in the description.
Aha, yes. Sorry. But so it's a 10th level feature. But fuck it.
But she might not be that level warlock.
She isn't.
And it's 10th class level, not character level.
Exactly, yeah, 10th class level.
You might have to plead with the Great Commune.
Yeah, I'm sure he could facilitate it at his leisure. So yeah, you have to go through him.
Makes sense.
That other guy did put us in quickly, didn't he? So
yeah,
call it like a one-off.
Yeah. I want it to happen, and it should. So it's happening.
Before we go in, can I try something? I want to see. I think we should go in the bottle anyway, but I want to see if we are being scryed on. So, can I use the crystal ball of true seeing to scry on like Tilly? And then that should give me true sight into the surroundings around us because Tilly's with us.
Just put the true seeing. This is the lantern, right? This is not the crystal ball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So just put the.
I just did.
Oh, sorry. It's not come off my screen.
Should
So
technically work. Yeah.
Yeah, true sight allows you to see through any magical illusion or invisibility or anything like that within a 120-foot radius. It doesn't allow you to detect a scry or if someone was magic. Does it?
Scrying creates like a ball, like a sensor that is invisible, and you can see it, but then again, it's a small ball somewhere around you. So I don't know, maybe like a perception check or something, but it should be technically possible.
Oh, sorry, I've just typed scrying into the chat for a reason.
Yeah, that's gonna work.
Yeah, roll 20. Tell me the answer. Hold on. Creates an invisible sensor within 10 feet of you. So yeah, true sight would make the sensor visible, I guess. Yeah, okay. Cool. So you take the lantern and you shine it, and you open up the hood and it expands, and that it expands beyond normal, like a normal light. And you can feel, Mia, the clarity and the aura provided by Jadena's lantern. And as you look around, I will give you a perception check at advantage.
Okay.
21.
Yeah, with a 21, from the direction of the Gate of the Fallen, as you are walking down the street past the Shard towards Phoenix Gate, back towards the tavern, there is just like a almost imperceptible glowing orb that is following you.
Okay. I think the bottle is a good idea.
If you guys want to get in the bottle, I have my own ways of staying unnoticed.
No. We
the
want to
point
talk to you.
But it's more that could we leave the bottle on its own on the side somewhere?
No, we're not
to
going to
get
do
to-
it here. We need to get back to our place and lock it up.
Okay.
And right? That's what I was thinking we do.
Yeah, I agree.
I was thinking if you guys wanted to jump in there, I'll make my way back. And then we lose a tail. But
I think, would we be saying this out loud while we're getting scried upon? Like, I think I'd be much
No.
more like,
We've not been
why
told
don't we
we are
get back to the
scraped.
tavern for a
Yeah.
drink? Wink, wink,
Yeah.
pointing at the bottle that Tilly's got round her neck, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's a lot of meta in this because we have no idea we can get in the bottle. We have no idea about that. This is Giselle's thing, and she's in the bottle. This is completely 100% meta. So we could maybe just fast forward through it.
Yeah. You're at the tavern.
Fantastic.
fantastic.
Lock ourselves
and-
in.
Yeah, you feel that Giselle, that you and your new friends have returned to the tavern, which is the Archer and what's it called?
Rose. No? Archer and Rose, yeah.
Yeah,
Inn.
the Archer and
Yeah.
Rose Inn. So, what have you and your Dow servitor been talking about?
Well, I feel like he's made some iced tea, and we've been enjoying some Turkish delight, and we've been having a natter about what freedom would mean to him.
That's quite a deep conversation to have over some Turkish delight.
The best kind, actually.
What's your favorite flavor of Turkish delight, Lady
There is
Giselle?
only one flavour. Rose covered in chocolate.
No. Then you haven't had the delicacy as it's made in the city of Brass. Covering it in chocolate is heathen's work. Must be doused in powdered sugar. It's much more delicate.
Have you got some?
Or a close second would be to be rolled in coconut.
You're like a master chef.
He just one materializes in this like little brass tin, which he opens up, and on a like velvet cushion, you've got like just perfectly crafted cubes of rose water flavored Turkish delight doused in powdered sugar.
Not coconut.
Nice.
Didn't even-
Not cocaine, no.
Okay, not coconut, not cocaine. Okay, so she's tried this. She's got sugar all around her mouth.
Mhm.
She's been lying back on the cushions. Been listening also to what's been going on, but also just to I think she would like to know like when does he want freedom, and then also like who of his masters been before, like who's looked after him, who's controlled him or whatever before.
Just make a straight charisma check.
Charisma. 17.
Okay. Kamoon tells you that. Do you want me to do it in character? Shall I do it in character?
Yeah, Ray Winston.
That's going to ruin it for me now.
Okay.
No.
Great Kamoon. Great Kamoon.
Many centuries ago, I existed as a free Dao here in the city of Brass. However, my services were bought and paid for by the Grand Sultan at the time, who compelled Dao into servitude. Although the current Grand Sultan no longer calls upon the Dao in the same way, I considered it an honor at the time. And so I was bound to this vessel and sent with a trader onto the material plane. I was then traded, lost, and drowned in a sea battle in Cerulea. My vessel sunk to the bottom of the ocean. However, bubbling up from the ocean floor in a vast undercurrent, and by a stroke of luck, I was found by someone who was shipwrecked and nearly drowned themselves. His name was Aemon Eris, an elf with purple eyes, who took me to the fledgling city of Najarim, where I felt quite at home, to be honest. He kept me for decades and sought my advice on matters of magic and exploration. My knowledge of the plane of earth and the plane of fire were useful to his inquiries, and I was just happy to be safe in a place of knowledge and learning. When the time came, I was passed down to his daughter, Aethra, who then gave me to you.
Yeah. Did she? I suppose she didn't. Oh, did she interact with you, or were you just
No,
no?
she kept me as a prize. She never bothered to open up the vessel. She knew my power from her father, but she didn't know me as a friend, like you have over the past day. I really appreciate it.
Oh, I mean, me too. To be honest, it's a.
It's been a long time since I had any guests in here.
Well, I like it in here. It's very tasteful and comfy.
Did you hear all that, what that drow lady was saying?
Yeah. Don't understand some of it, Vida. Don't know, whatever. That sounds
Vida.
important. Yeah. You know Vida?
Sounds like a hair product of some kind.
Yeah. Vida Saloon.
Don't utter those words here.
That's not our product. Yeah, I mean, do you think they look like they want somewhere private to talk? Should we bring them in?
Maybe you should go out and talk to them. And if you would like me to invite them in, I suppose I can spend a bit of time tidying up before I have guests.
Maybe leave the chocolates, the sweets out, and then they can have some.
Does
It's nice
anybody
and cool in here.
Does anyone have any allergies that I should be aware of?
I mean, I literally don't know. I think they all look rather hardy. I think we'll be okay.
Hmm.
Well, we'll
Okay.
find out, won't we?
If you say so, Miss Giselle,
Okay.
the Great Commune will get to work.
Okay.
Now leave me to it, if you don't mind.
Okay.
And
Get
he
to it.
claps. And you... you are in the tavern just as you get through the door.
I love the Great Commune too. I have got sugar all over my face, and I'm grinning from ear to ear. And I said, "Wow, that was dramatic, wasn't it?"
Immediately, I'll like telepathically communicate to Giselle, and we're like, we might be being listened to.
You guys can have two-way conversation because
Yeah,
you're
we
both
can,
under
yeah,
the
yeah.
effect. Yeah.
Oh. Do you need a private area to talk? That was in my head.
We do, and we'd seen that you went into your Incomune's bottle, and we weren't able to communicate with you in there or see you or anything. And well, I wondered if maybe you could fit more than one person in there.
I think he's actually getting ready because it was his idea as well. I think, and also he's got Turkish Delight if anybody's interested, and it's cool in there. So, Great Commune. I've just taken the bottle from you. Can we come in?
Are you guys going upstairs first?
We should get to our room first.
Oh, what's that? Did I just appear in front of loads of people?
Just in the bar, yeah.
I mean, it's a place with lots of GDs. I'm sure they've seen everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we go upstairs and, to one of the rooms, doesn't matter which one, and lock it from the inside, what I'll do is I'll just say to Humphrey, would you mind terribly staying outside? And if you hear, no, we need somebody to watch over and outside, right? And he's gonna be perfect at that. If possible, I'll get him cooler later or something. But if you can stay here, and I'll use a charge to speak with animals because I haven't actually done it for a while.
It goes in the bed sheet.
And since you're so good today with the voices, you remember Humphrey's, right?
Of course. Hello. Humphrey.
My dear friend, I am terribly sorry for having brought you here. I can see you panting all this time, and
it's terribly warm here. Must we stay here much longer?
I'm gonna try to do something to cool you down later, but there's some things we need to discuss in a little bit of a privacy. So it's gonna seem very strange, but we're gonna go into that bottle right here that we're gonna put on the stool. Would you mind terribly, please, for me? Just keep watch. The room's locked, but if you hear anything or see anyone or anything is worrying at all, just start barking really loud at the bottle, please.
I know last time we did speak with animals and you wanted to do something. I will give you an animal handling check at advantage. Yeah. Well, right you are, as long as you bring me something cool to drink soon. I'm positively parched.
I can do that now, and from my alchemy jug, I will produce cold water. However, there's like gallons of it in it.
Yeah, he starts happily chowing down, slurping up the cold water. And then nudges you as you kind of gives you, like dogs do, gives you a nudge as you kind of head back towards the bottle.
So how do we do this, Miss Giselle?
Oh, Great Commune! Knock, knock!
And with that, you were all disappeared. And you are now in this, cushioned boudoir mini reception room within this tiny bottle vessel. There's, big, thick cushions, like you say, reds and creams, like you described it earlier. In the middle of the coffee table, you have some tea, no milk, just sugar next to it, and some rose Turkish delight, and some pistachio Turkish delight, and some coconut Turkish delight. Welcome to my humble abode.
What a beautiful abode it is. Great Kamoon, thank you for welcoming us.
Well, you're quite welcome. It seems as though you wanted somewhere to discuss the Drow lady's proposals in private.
Absolutely.
You can be quite sure you're protected from any divination in here. Lord knows people have tried to scry on me in the past. But if I could be of any assistance, just let me know. If you need me, I'll just be in this vessel. And he disappears into a very similar vessel. It's like...
Vesselception.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my god.
It's so good.
The Inception is... Wow, I didn't know he could do... I thought he was gonna talk to us as well, but okay. That was great.
Telepathic stuff gives me such a headache.
Oh, you didn't enjoy the mushroom tonic? I'll try to make it a bit less yucky next time. Well, that was quite a revelation, wasn't it? And what do you think about it? I mean,
I think Shirainel's offer is very useful. If we could get into the... even if we meet with the Great Sultan, it might not be a simple task to get out with the jewel, or maybe we could barter and he might offer us the jewel, but it seems too important to be paid off with that. But I just can't help but think that this Great Sultan and his supplying weapons to devils and all these things we hear about the Ifrit and the Tao, it just doesn't sit right doing him a favor. And that makes me wonder what Vida is thinking and what her plans are. And maybe she's not too bad after all, right?
I mean, yeah. What do we know from all our interactions since, she had her plan, and we had that whole dragon on top of the Earth hill, and so that was interesting for sure. We had a fight there, but then last fight we had, it kind of ended amicably, a little. That was on the beach somewhere. Remind me where that was.
Wasn't it Iron Guard?
It was, yes, Iron Guard. That's correct. When I got stoned wall.
Me and her me and her agreed to not be evil to each other again.
I'm going to just throw it out there. This place, it's easy to throw moral judgments around, but this place in itself, in its core, is not something I personally agree with or like in any, even the smallest amount.
It doesn't have the same morals we do.
They condone property of living beings by other beings. You know how much that goes against everything I believe in.
They glorify war as well.
If this Sultan is in charge of this place, I say we should absolutely go to Vida and make a plan with her instead. Just completely come up with something, talk to her at least, figure out what she wants, and see if maybe it's the devil we
warn
know,
her
right?
that they're after her.
We make a plan. We want two things from Vida. We want the amulet she took from you. We want this back.
I want that back.
We need it back because of everything that we found out since. And we also want the way in the palace. She might be able to help us. She's the pretext. She could be a willing participant in whatever plans we make.
But you
Yeah.
guys, when you were talking to my sister and you said that you were doing a trade route, was that actually your intention? Because that's what I'm here to assist you with.
We are. Part of the reason we were sent was to see why trade between the city of Brass and Nazarene had dried up and to see what we could do to restore that trade.
Is that still?
Wasn't the whole reason we're here, but it was part of it.
I guess is that still sort of an idea?
If we can restore trade, if we can set up new trade routes, I'm all for that.
Well,
Unless-
if
Feels
that is,
unlikely to wind up the Grand Sultan using Vida and also re-establish trade routes. Those two seem mutually exclusive to me.
Unless what she wants to do
Just
is
get rid of the Sultan.
is do what they suspect her of doing. If her plan is to get revenge by deposing this person, maybe
Besides,
just that's something we could.
It wouldn't be the first time we've deposed someone. It could be the fourth time by my count.
Besides the trade routes, it seems as though Prince Levo was really more interested in his jewel, this gem. I think.
Oh, by the way, by the way, Smoke, we never told Giselle about this gem.
Just what so I was going to go on to explain.
Yes.
well, the 9 rings of Nazarene were wanting. They don't care about Prince Lever. They want to know if there's anything powerful that they can have themselves.
He said this gem is absolutely like nothing.
It's an heirloom, it's not worth anything.
He's saying that I should take this heirloom and take it to my sister.
No, please don't fuck this up for us, Giselle. It's been
Yeah.
it's so hot in here. It's so
I think, Giselle, if we can do even some of what we hope, there will be lots of opportunity for your sister and her friends to make plenty of profit in the future from the city.
In 10 to 15 sessions from here, I can see a hospital and a temple to Mistra in this city.
Go in, depose the government, put a temple to Mistra out.
Yes.
This is
So-
Starseeker's MO.
Yep, that's what we do.
Yeah. So we
I'm
have.
into it.
So we could just do what we've been asked to at the Watchfire Tower, whatever it's called.
House.
Watchfire House. Not care about Vida and just set up a plan and hope that it works and get an audience with the Grand Sultan that way, and therefore getting us into the Charcoal Palace. I think if we talk to Vida, there's probably no backing out of taking her side. I don't think we can talk to her, go, no, actually, we're still going to side with the Watchfire House. I think she'll know. Right? So if we side with her and come up with some elaborate plan where she can fake being kidnapped by them and we all get in front of the Grand Sultan and we free her. It sounds harder, but you're right that the Grand Sultan and some of these people do seem a bit of a greater evil than Vida.
I think you're making very good points, Mir. The only thing I would want to clarify is that they were very clear what they want to do. It's not like we're setting a trap for Vida to come in and face justice and jury and prison. We're saying we're gonna deceive her so she'd die. This is what we're saying.
If we take her that way,
Well, this is what we effectively saying, and I don't know if I'm okay with that. No matter what type of person she is, we're effectively saying we're luring her into her death on purpose to achieve a goal.
We might be able to lure her into a trap of our own, and then decide there and then whether we should hand her over or side with her, but I have a feeling that regardless, once we speak to her, she'll be the lesser evil. At least, let's put it that way. I just can't imagine.
I like
handing
Vida
her
more
over.
than I like what I found here.
Well, do we
Yeah.
need something from her? And do we know that she has it? If we trap her, if we go through all of it and she doesn't have the amulet, we probably lost it forever. And we'll never know where it is.
Well, look at it this way. In the next 36 hours, she's probably going to be found by Cerulea.
Or she will
If we
do
can
whatever she...
help her out of that or give her a heads up, then we've already saved her life. She'll owe us just for that.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's how we could get what we want.
And we do have the gift of Giselle, who can make herself look like anyone that she's met. So
To assist with the trade route.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm, yeah.
Here's the
I have to. My
plan.
sister's really important. I can't let her down.
is she your older sister or your younger sister?
Older.
She's your older sister. You're fine. You're the little sister. They fuck up all the time.
No, it's not like that. There's a back history. I need to.
We'll get the
I need to do
traitor
right
done.
on this mission.
Well, you'll buy a lot of stuff from the bazaar on the way out, and then you'll say you've got the trader.
Well, I
All
got
these
no
souvenirs
money.
from the city of brass. That's what you wanted, right?
Magnets.
Magnets, tea towels.
I told you I could do it.
Went to the elemental plane of fire, and all I got was this lousy fridge magnet. We should do the. We should. I really kind of believe in this thing. We should speak to Vida, keep an open option of maybe meeting with her in a place where we could set a trap for her, but without the involvement of the firehouse for now, and speak to her, and then get the amulet from her, and then following that plan, we create a plan where we fake kill her in front of the firehouse people, and then based on that, they will give us invite to the palace. Sounds like an easy plan to do.
Or I like it. I like it. now we're spitballing.
I knew you would.
We're just all like getting high off sugar.
I knew you would. Just walk, yeah.
Or what if
Oh,
we meet with Vida, if we save her, we tip her off. She'll owe us one. Maybe she can help us retrieve the jewel, and then if we stage defeating her, or maybe even easier, she defeats us and escapes, then
But that would not get us
that wouldn't
in.
interfere in either. We would have failed the mission for Cerulea, but we would not have betrayed them. And we would have helped Vida out by saving her life, but we wouldn't have done whatever she wants to do either.
I think if we could stage fake killing her, that would be a lot better, because we'd get the people to believe that we've done what we're supposed to do. We haven't done
true.
anything wrong at that point except for mild deception. We get in front of the Sultan. He goes, whatever it is that you want, and we just say, okay, give us the jewel. We're out of there.
Would be tricky to fake her death with the magics they have. They can censor and so on. But Vida has some powerful magics of her own. What was all that business she did last time with keeping her soul on some other pocket dimension in the middle of nowhere?
That was some incredible shit.
Maybe she can leave her body here to die. Right? Does that make sense? I'm not magic, man.
We could.
That speaks to your experience of Vida more than anything I've heard thus far, because it's exactly what she's done before, like you say.
Yeah. She
Certainly
faked her death. She's kept her body in one place, her soul in another.
I just out of everything, what I really, really want is Kirsty to play 2 characters in a session.
Yeah.
all the way through.
Yeah.
Mia just has to
That's
step
me.
out and take a call. She'll be back in 36 hours.
It happens. She can play shift.
Yeah. I have obviously played Vida as an enemy, but yeah, I'd be happy to speak to you, Kirsty, in the interim of the next session for us to talk about what Vida's thoughts and feelings might be in different situations.
Yeah.
Given that it is 20 to 11 and you've got a plan that is not fully formed yet, I think I'm going to end the session there, and you guys can consult one another. And any conversations that you've had, we can say we're in character in the bottle. You can be there for up to how many hours, Lucy?
8, but let me just check that.
Whoa.
It's a one-off bending of the rules. That's however long it takes.
Yeah, but it's like your proficiency bonus, I think, is it? Or your warlock level?
It's it's my bottled respite.
But what's the number of hours?
10.
Just says 10 hours flat, is it?
Yeah, you can remain inside the vessel for up to 10 hours. You have to use a bonus action to leave. If you die.
Oh, equal to twice your proficiency bonus. Yeah, cool. 5 times 2. Sweet. So yeah, you could technically take a long rest in there, but I mean, it's late.
I am, because it's cool in there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you can decide on your plan. Let me know so I can prepare maps and whatnot. I mean, I have some maps already. But anyway, yeah. But I don't think we're going to get to a resolution and make much progress before 11 o'clock. So I'll just end it slightly earlier if you don't mind.
Thank you. It's very late here.
Yeah, you're an hour ahead as well, Gareth, I guess. So.
You'll be back next week, right? Back in the UK?
I'll be back on Friday, so yeah, I'll be gaming from my normal place on Wednesday.
So we're playing next week and then taking 18th off? No, playing next week 18th and then taking 25th off. That's right.
I can't play the 18th, guys. I'm sorry to say. A work meeting overnight in Manchester.
Shard.
And I'll probably do it
The
in the
meetings
hotel
at
room.
night. The meeting.
No, the meeting's during the day. I'll be with work people, and I've got another day with these work people, so there'll probably be a work meal.
Go to John's house and game from John's house.
I reckon
You'll
I'll
be
be
getting smashed in a hotel, won't you?
I won't, but others will, I imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I will try and avoid all work colleagues and do my own thing. And if that happens, then I can totally do it in a hotel room, but I've got a feeling there'll be a meal involved somehow.
Don't worry, dude. You can only do what you can do.
We'll work it out. I'll end the stream there, shall I?
Yeah, before Lucy's employers catch
we'll
on.
still be here next week.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. See you next week, dudes.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.